Yes, chat, can you hear me now? Ah, fuck. I I made a noob mistake and forgot to, put audio capture down on my OBS. So I guess it's better now. You know, just well, that's we all make dumb mistakes, I guess. Fucking hell. No, why is the door open? Can I take the rope? Damn. What's that? Let's take the rock. I need an axe, don't I? I seriously do need an axe, don't I? You know what? I wanna see if I can get the bad ending. As you do. I'm quite sure all of you guys wanna see the bad ending as well. Wait, there's more? The map is bigger? And chat, before you ask if this claim is glitching, no, that's how heavy it is. What's that? Isn't okay, don't take the weed whacker. It's a bag of mulch stick. Ah yes, it's not an axe. Okay, so outdoors is heavier than indoors due to the rain elements. Got it. Okay, so this means I have to. You know what? I'll just jump on the wall and see what could happen. Or maybe I need the weeds. What's this yellow stuff? Is it dead animal? Nope. Okay, so I should inspect it, right? The small part in this falling is rain. how do I, take certain, parts? Stuff. Oh well. Okay, it's not working. So let me try this line. Okay, let's see. Okay, it doesn't do much. Fine. Maybe I can use the bolt cutters to cut down you the rope, with the tie slide. Yeah, tie swing sign. I'm blabbering a lot, ain't I, today? Let's do it here. You know what? Let me try using the rock. Well, that sucks. But okay. Now I'm like the Flash. Now I'm faster. Why is there a rock in the middle of the wall? Can I like jump? No, but apparently it cannot. Oh, I meant can will this work? I guess that should work. Let me see if there's anything I missed. Okay, it's gardening stuff. Okay, where do I head off next? I wonder. Let me just take the tire with me. You never know how useful this could be. Okay. don't need all that. I have the rope, I have everything I need. All I need is the rope. I use said rope. Okay, unrolling me kinky darkness, yeah, whatever. Currently hold 5 pieces of possible rope. Tie them together, yes. Ah, yes. We're going to the belly of the beast, aren't we? I'm gonna die. Yep. Fuck. Well, that sucks. Dead? I'm dead. That's it. Oh yeah, I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. I'm alive? Oh god. Good lord. This is disturbing. Okay, so one ending's done. Did I get a cool new outfit for this? Stuff. Okay, I'm back from the picnic. Do I get a cool new outfit? Nope. Bad. I think the bed sheets would do fine. You know what? This entire thing about a kid being killed, not really my forte right now. So I think I'll end it. I'll end this game there, not the stream. I'll end this game here because I already killed a kid, but I already crippled a kid on stream once. I don't want to do it again. So let's see what can I do now. And if you guys know Inspirabot, it's a pretty cool. I'll say it's the dankest meme generator out there, but you have to see it to believe it. Why am I doing it? Incognito. New window. Now, here we go. This is the dankest meme generator out there, and I'm quite sure you guys would love it. And here we go. And I might, if there's anything that's like really good, I might actually make some, Should I just make my model a bit smaller? Yeah, that should do it. I might actually make outfits out of it, I guess. I know, we have to just see it to believe it. Just gonna click on this and let's see how it plays out. Being famous is 100% law of attraction. The rest of it is cool. Okay. I'm just waiting for the creepy ones and the weird ones. become undeserved, become respectable. Okay. Being challenges being challenges our entire idea of mournfulness. I don't know about that, Chief. Moving on. World leaders become world leaders because they are victims. What? Marketing executive is just pretty much another term for robotic vegetarian. What? You cannot debate the truth. Yeah, that depends on what you define as the truth. I would argue that you cannot debate facts. But truth is a matter of perception. You don't have to be dead. Dead. That I agree. I will do this for inform friends that the rapture is dead. So this just assumes that the rapture is a real thing. Which I don't want to get too religious, but I'm not really into the entire rapture thing. I'm just saying, don't try to be someone who has a meaningful life. Don't kick. What? A door isn't necessarily just a door. A heart attack isn't necessary. What? Hate pain forever. Yes, William Shakespeare. Hate pain forever. Investing in cryptocurrencies can be one huge flight of doom. Okay. Yeah, funny thing, I have to pay 30% tax if I invest in crypto, so get fat and get old. This, I'm gonna save this one. How can you know for sure that this is not another world's bad dream? You know what? Now it's reaching the good part. I'm gonna save this as well. What if annoyances are the way they are because they are within you? Okay, yeah, logically it makes sense from a philosophical standpoint, but what's it got to do with the goldfish? Kittens are awesome, that I agree. Artistic expression can be like a constant odyssey to the bottom. No, yes and no. Depends on the person. Body scrubs are just old friendships sucked like a fire. What? There are regular sunsets and there are less regular sunsets. Okay. Time can be the meaning of life coming to kill you. Okay. Business meetings are 100% impulsive and 100% hunger for change. Yeah, I agree with that. What else is there? It's never too late to change that, I agree. Oh, where's the weird stuff? No, I saw it's a pure freedom is allow yourself to force yourself to reflect. Yeah, okay. Saving this one as well. Get crushed. Okay, it's been being an idiot is never great. Yeah, that's true. When is it ever great to be the dumbest or smartest one in the room? The Illuminati, who are they? And what's that got to do with cannabis? Live, be human, or perhaps you might accidentally have a happy birthday. Yeah, I don't know about that, Chief. You're almost as neat as a ship. What? Denying existential dread unnecessary. Yeah, I'd say it's better you deny existential dread because once you go into that rabbit hole, there's no way. You're not gonna come out. You can be the first person to try to attack someone that cannot be attacked. Pretty wise words. That poor people set motion the age of Aquarius. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Together, we can make colleagues do whatever we want them to do. It's trying to convince me to do something, isn't it? Pretend, let it die, and then there's a panda. An alcoholic panda. The couple who enjoy clients are the very same couples who enjoy compassion. And what's that got to do with the background? Keep yourself social and never ask questions. Okay. Just give me a minute. I have to check something. I'll be moving on. A romantic relationship is like being high. Never beaten once or can't confirm or deny that. You should try to appreciate the mind of a god. Okay, what is the mind of a god? Mind of God. Wise is a student who respects his cattle food, for he also fears his wine. What? Yeah, talking about cattle, they're monsters. A job advertising can, to some people, be demotivating. That I agree. That I 100% agree. Advertising jobs are a pain. And sales are even bigger pain. But there are some people who enjoy it, that's why I know it's still a thing. Skynet never happened in real life. That's what what they want you to think. Okay, for those who are unaware, Skynet is the AI system from the Terminator franchise. They can order you to win a war, but they can never order you to destroy evil. Yeah, every now and then it comes up with the most inspirational quotes and then the random ones. It is a truly, fascinating system. One end, it gets stuff done. The other end, it comes up with the wildest quotes. Or is this one? Human conscious is scientific proof that ultra physicality of the what? I am truly confused right now. What is going on? Hey, what's really going on with this? No love, no sublimation. And what's love got to do with sublimation? I had to put this on Twitter. I seriously had to put this on Twitter and see that should show that Musk's personal social media creates. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not meditating. Society should prioritize fantasizing and thoughtfulness. Okay. It takes a state-sponsored program to become great at doing math. Now I'd say the exact opposite. It takes a state-sponsored program to screw up your mathematical abilities. Just saying. Because shit happens every now and then and okay, so what else is there? One more. We should reconsider life. That we should. I mean, each and every one of us should reconsider our lives and us as a species. Make screaming look cool. Screaming cool. And that's a great horror code. Not gonna lie. Am I just saving one in every 3 quotes this system generates? Maybe I am, but wouldn't you do the same? Like seriously, wouldn't you do the same? So yeah, what else is there? Make inhuman businesses stupid. Yes, make them stupid. That is the way you can win this war. I mean, against against mega corporations. Yeah, I think it's gonna change its background, isn't it? Can occultism inspire the golden age of television? I'd argue that yes, it actually did. And back in the 70s and 80s when occultism was a thing. Yeah, that's when some of the greatest horror films came out. Now you just have the same regenerated shit. Can you be a wanker? Don't you realize how amazing? What? Oh god. Oh, Susan's gonna hate me, isn't she? You don't need to get a name to get a job. Yeah, true. That is true. You don't need a name to get a job. Where is it? I'm just gonna save this. Because it's true. You don't need a name to get a job. I don't want Facebook. When a lot of people hear call it, they think haunted house. Not exactly true, but not exactly false either. Should come from say what? Holy shit! This is like getting wild, ain't it? Like getting extra wild. Investment funds sexually deprived. Yeah, that's true, but they're rich. Okay, they're rich. They're sexually deprived, but they're rich. And anyone who's under the age of 18 watching this, please leave. Morons make people deflate what lesser intelligent people consider undeflatable. Okay. Libra, this year chances are that you see a ghost. Sadly, I haven't seen a ghost, even if I wanted to see a ghost, so... But then again, I'm a Libra, I'm a Taurus, so it's a weird thing. Don't eat insects. A lot of people are saying insects are full of gold. All the more reason to eat them, so you can shit out gold. Imagine that, you take a golden dump. How cool would that be? Enjoy the echoes of celibacy. Yes, once you lose it, you can never have it again. What is given cannot be, taken back. That is the nature of life, ain't it? Once it's broken, it cannot be fixed. Once you stick it in, you cannot pull it out. I mean figuratively, not literally. You can clean her, you can take her. No, this is just sexist at its core. Have a happy Christmas, thank you. Even though it's not Christmas time, it's like I'll say post-Easter, but whatever. Salts can lead to a teacher. Maybe, I don't know. Pray for propaganda. Now, in a way, I know there's like a random set of words. It's kind of deep. Because humans always talk about freedom, but humans don't want freedom. They want the illusion of freedom. Due to one simple thing. Humans cannot handle freedom. Humans, as a species, will go crazy if they're free. Like, freedom to do whatever they want is something that a human as a species cannot handle. Due to that, that's why we have laws. Like, see, if we were truly free, I'd argue that you don't need laws because you have the freedom to do what's right and what's wrong. But most of us go mad, at the sign of true freedom, a sign of no structure whatsoever, a sign, a system in which you can do anything and everything. Then there's no social constraints or whatever stopping you from doing whatever you want. That is true freedom, but is it worth it? That's the question, right? Is it really worth it? Would you fall into a bottomless pit of insanity in the name of freedom? Because I'm quite sure most people say no, it's not worth it. Like, even if they don't accept it, they know deep down inside it ain't worth it. Quote unquote true freedom isn't worth it. I mean, actual true freedom isn't worth it because we are social animals and we need a level of structure in our lives. A system which has little to no structure whatsoever. That's like batshit crazy for humans as a species. Just saying. Yeah, I know I'm going deep into a philosophical ramble. Ask not with whom, but what? Oh god. And here I go from deeply philosophical to deeply horny. These will make great hoodies. Shows everything. Yes, it shows everything. These will make excellent hoodies. Not gonna lie. The future is exactly like a hedge maze, okay? Whatever. Now, what else is there? Simply being loose doesn't necessarily mean that you're responsible. Okay. True. Genius is what's that? Just I'm too no. I'm too poor to not to know the meaning of that word. EPHE. Lasting. Okay, short time. Okay. Genius is maybe, I don't know. You're average and you know it. Yeah, stop taking jabs at me. You fucking, automated system. You randomized generator. You don't need to lie in order to educate someone. Need to have lie in order. Oh god, the grammar's killing me. Make death your prisoner and your prisoner your doctor. So death is my doctor, correct? Paintings have been invented to protect your blood. It's actually true. Think about it, okay? So, have you seen some of the crazier paintings? Like the batshit crazy ones. Let's take a Jackson Pollock painting. That looks like blood spatters. So I wouldn't be see. I see. This is all just speculation and jokes from my end. So don't take it seriously. Don't sue me, please. But what if Jackson Pollock could have been a serial killer if he did not, if he did not get into paintings? Just man, see those blood spatters? That's the work of a serial killer, alright? That's like some Jason Voorhees shit. So it's highly possible and probable that Jackson Pollock would have become a serial killer if he didn't discover art. Just think about it. So this is pretty cool. I'm gonna save this one. Let's assume, did I save it? Yeah, I've saved it. Obey meaning not your own shadow. What? Work is usually accompanied by self-abuse. See, depends on your work. Never replace the wind of youth. Okay. Give soulless activism a shot. Yes, if you have money and you're bored with life, just do this. Soulless activism is actually pretty pog. If you're rich and you want to feel good about yourself without actually doing anything, soulless activism is perfect. Powerful is the man who destroys his pain. That is true. But it's not necessarily men, it could be any gender. Refuse to live forever. Yeah, no one wants to live forever. So who wants that? Success can make you save the world. Maybe. It depends on who. Be impressed by freedom. Yeah, it goes back into my big rant about what freedom truly is. What if self-delusion can be painful when you get older? Yeah, it does. Oh, hi, Shrav. How are you doing? I'm good, I'm fine. Just, I got the day off as compensation for a weekend I went in for work, so decided to do something. Keep yourself informed about subliminal advertising. Yeah, that's true. And what else is there? Yada yada yada. Our power to live through social structures also gives us the power to deceive democracy. This is true. I can write like an entire essay on this, but I don't want to I don't want you guys to go through my random thoughts, which some person would find insane. How would things be if your dad was forced to obey what? See, everyone obeys something. So what would require my dad to obey? Like, what really would force my dad to obey? Like, what are they even talking about? Yeah, then again, I'm trying to make sense out of some insanity. To a lot of people, outer space means Oh, I'm like getting so many ideas out of this shit. Without the continuation of privacy, one cannot get acceptance among peers. Okay. This is truly beautiful. Pain is not to begin, but to do the complete opposite. Okay. To become a reality, one must be of the reptilian bloodline. That is true. That is true. And for legal purposes, this is a joke, but have you noticed that every reality star happens to have the mental capacity of a common lizard? Just saying. And like common lizards, they kind of bite each other's heads off, so. Aren't they, Wait a minute, I have to check this out. Your stockbroker limited replies my fund. Okay, thank you. Yada yada yada. See, you know what, chat? I'll just be right back. Give me a minute. I have to answer this email. Yeah, I'm back. I think it was just my stock market report. And my portfolio. I played around a bit with my portfolio, so just my automated report. Anyway, back to the random memes. Poor plastic bag over here. Do not do that. Do not do that at home. Do not fucking do that at home. The experience of being human can be a lot similar to selling drugs. For quite a lot of people, it's actually the same. Being human is selling drugs. So, potatoes, I guess. Tomatoes. You can take the friend out of the skull, but you can't take the skull out of the friend. What? Like, these are truly random. Okay, hi Terrence. How are you doing? The worst success is immense revenge. Yeah, actually, it goes into, is revenge really worth it? The entire debate of, is revenge really worth it as a whole? So what happens is the entire concept of revenge. I'm not gonna go into Gandhiism and that thing, eye for an eye will leave both side blinds. It's not about so the thing is not about both sides destroying itself. Rather, it creates a cycle of revenge. Like the revenge model is, unless you eliminate all future retaliatory individuals, as in people who would want revenge against you if you conduct an action of revenge, unless you eliminate everyone, which is in a way overkill, it's gonna be a never-ending cycle. Oh shit, I missed the panda. What happened there? Okay, is it possible to make intercontinental ballistic missiles implode? I think that it already is happening. Oh yeah, so yeah, it turns I'm okay. I got today off, so that's something. And here I am trying to stream for as long as I can. So embrace the emptiness, not the universality. These are great hoodie quotes, don't you guys agree? Snowflakes and online trolls just forces and defeat. Try and force and defeat a common adversary. The birth of the anti. Yeah, that would be Armageddon. The moment the trolls and the snowflakes join forces, that's the end of the world. A thing that appears to be respectable when you're alone might be important to time itself. Maybe it is, I don't know. Respect is a husband who reveals his body, for he also imprisons his urine. What? Holy, what's it talking about? Startup companies can not and will not control your need for attention. Okay. What's that even supposed to mean? Shroud, don't think too much about it. Some of these are inspiring, some of these are just batshit weird. Just don't think too much about it. Warfare is inevitable. The inevitable is warfare, okay? Human nature in a nutshell. If it's right for a fully grown individual who's in favor of trigger warnings to be in favor of a question or quote or inspiration only by the joy of personal elevation, and will an individual be able to obtain sustainable through the possession of security? What does it even mean? And say, yeah, I know, Chad, you're confused, and they say AI is going to take over the world. This is AI. This is AI at its finest. Think about that. Rule 6: when you need an alliance, burn all. Why? Why do you need to burn bridges? You have to build bridges. Also, hi Fuji. Seek time, die old. Okay. It's not the evil Red Eye, it's HAL 2000, okay? It's not the. It's HAL 2000. No, not HAL 9. Oh, is it HAL 9000? Yeah, it's HAL 9000. Shit, I got the number wrong. Look at this. Chess, look at this, okay? It's HAL 9000. See? See? Look at this. And look at this. This ain't the bad guy from Power Rangers. This is the bad guy from 2001: A Space Odyssey. International geopolitics hurts. True. So this one goes into the exceptional work self-employed exceptionally. Okay. That's a thing, I guess. Destroy yourself, you won't regret it. That's what they want you to think. That's what the system wants you to think. Think about it. So, see, marriage is pretty cool. Yeah, that depends on the person. Then, well, let's make Borden return without a vengeance. Okay. You can prevent that a client gets eaten by cannibals. Yeah, see, you have the ability to do that. Unless your client is fucking stupid and wants to go to an underdeveloped location where cannibalism still exists. It takes drugs to become the best at transforming. No, see, it depends on when the Power Rangers movie came out, Fuji. I mean, when the Power Rangers series came out, because when did 2001: Space Odyssey come out? In 1968, yeah, the Power Rangers ripped it off. If you want fletching, we need to accept self-delusion, okay. Romance is often like the Spanish Inquisition, yes. It starts off all nice and then gets painful. Alright, I assume that's how it operates. An unwanted pregnancy makes some people Think what idiots think of as unthinkable. Sometimes the only thing to do is give up. Okay. Okay, so funny thing, for some reason, Netflix decided to recommend 365 days for me. Even though I think it's a shit movie and it is proof that our species should not exist, but Netflix tends to disagree with me on that. You can respect who you want to respect. Your father loves you very much. Okay, thank you. I know my father does love me very much. Dreaming can be like a perfect bad trip. Yeah, in a way, yes. A bad dream is a bad trip. You know? Think about it. So, severe dreaming rises severely. Okay. I'm not gonna explain that. Vigorous self-philosopher, pathetic communicator, honorable joke. Poor joke. Ever so often, the most admirable thing is to refuse to shut up. In a way, yes. Not the best way of wording it, but still pretty, accurate. All you need in order to annoy jerks is something beautiful. Yeah, that's true. The human soul destroys lives. Yeah, maybe I'm not gonna comment on that. Relax, multiply. The words of every horny man out there. Relax, find a girl, multiply. You tool. Ignore willpower and you may receive solutions. Losing your V card can be like anarchy. It sounds kind of truthful till you realize it's actually happening. No comments. A woman's skin is predictable, metaphorically speaking. What's that got to do with fishing? There's the inspirator. What's that got to do with fishing? Growing old is like being a robot. Okay, yeah, in the way it is, your life becomes more predictable. Rules and pussyfoot, or at least conceal the truth. Okay, so which one is it? An educator can also be like a criminal like you. Be a criminal like you. Yeah, that's truly possible. All you had, what's got into Inspirobot today? It's gotten into drugs for some reason. Causing wishes means causing ambiguity. Okay. Modern society, the dumbest, priciest show ever made. I like this one. This is going on a hoodie. Used to say no to obligatory totalitarianism. Okay, good. Behold the wrong, for they may take over $1 billion. Never resist changes. No, do the exact opposite of that, because you don't know what a change is going to do to you. Being yourself and lacking manners for a mean duo. Dream about boredom. Okay. You cannot have birds without teeth. Not exactly. You see, if you're gonna say ancient birds, yeah, makes sense because ancient birds are basically dinosaurs, and quite a lot of them had teeth. But this is just factually incorrect. Okay, it's time for you to stop surviving and start coming. Oh yeah, it's all coming together, ain't it? Capitalism is transcendental. The transcendental is capitalism. Okay. Stop saying I will start saying soon. Okay. But isn't that more or less the same thing? Let love, and it's never too late. Okay. In order to stop a global pandemic, there's one safe bet: eat dog food and find money lying around. How? How is that supposed to solve a global pandemic? The globalist is after the globe. Isn't it supposed to be globalists are after you? It's more fun to be a little cunt than a big friend. It's fun, but it's kind of lonely being that. I'm not even gonna read that one. Top fame, obey risk. Okay. How can we embrace the okay, no. No, I'm not gonna comment on that. I am not gonna comment on that. Some things demand attention. Working in an office is great. Maybe. Depends on your workplace. Now, there are lots of factors, but it's mainly how you're treated and how much you're getting paid. Now, see if your co-workers are nice and they treat you well, the pay is great. Working in an office is pretty cool. Respected is a man who serves his goods, but even more respected is a man who serves his happiness. Okay. How can you not be impressed by a beggar? Yeah, I'm impressed by a beggar because they don't get taxed. That's the most impressive thing. All the money they make is not taxable. Imagine that. Meanwhile, every time I take a dump, I have to pay a tax. I have to pay taxes. Love creates no confusion. Vitality creates no belief. Humanity, we live to obey what is unknown to be obey what is unknown to be unobeyable. Yes, as a species, we do that a lot. Like a lot. So it's an interesting thing. Okay, where was I? Sorry about that. Most respected is he that gaineth of a stool man. Okay, I don't speak Old English, so don't know what that even translates to. The secret truth about the greenhouse effect is the way it governs why certain people operate as well as assigning what certain people do. Okay, not gonna comment on that. Nope, I'm not gonna comment on that. Writing is this is pretty fun. And what's that got to do with an angel statue? I wonder. This is pretty fun. Show the world that you are sick of food. You rock. Opposed to everything we know about karma is okay. Ignore amputations. Okay, fine. Eye of Providence. I'll ignore my amputations, assuming I have one. Get cooked. Okay. Forget the plan, remember the self-degradation. Okay. Where was I? Only when you see somebody else's ritual sacrifice will you confront challenges. Okay. The fulfillment is your own magic. Okay. You cannot win at life. See, it depends on what you define as winning. While some see exhibitionism, others see a fight. Yeah, yes and no. I know that's exhibitionism is kind of weird. Like, see, if everyone's who's watching are not consenting to watch, then It's still weird, but it's okay. But if the people around aren't consenting, that's just wrong. What would things look if marketers were hobos? Actually, I won't be surprised if telemarketers were hobos. Suck fame, suck puns. What? What's that even supposed to mean? Destroy vehicles. Okay. When you are parting hard, remember to act mental. Okay. Doing drugs is a hoax. What do you mean by that? You did not wake up today to let yourself be a shadow person. Yeah, true. I had to say no to the state sponsor. Okay, this is like now it's getting a bit too, I'm gonna get into trouble for doing this. Leadership can feel great for detectives. Yeah, maybe it does because, you get to show how smart you are to a bunch of people. So leadership is pretty cool feels great for detectives. Not just saying. It could also be, terrifying at the same time. Given that you have a whole bunch of people, looking up to you as a leader. So it can be both great and terrifying at the same time. Think about that. Like our emotions in many ways are just contradictions. Contradictions wrapped up in a human in a bodysuit. That's it. That is the sad truth about us as people. Just emotions wrapped up in a flesh suit. And in many ways, our existence is a contradiction to how many animals actually do operate, which in turn is a contradiction on itself. Because are we monkeys or are we something else? If yes, why are we the only monkeys with the weirdest feet? Pretty weird, ain't it? You know what? I think InspiroBot is getting a bit too radical for my interest, and I'm gonna end the InspiroBot part right now because I don't want to get arrested by FBI. I mean the Indian FBI, which is actually, and given how the Indian FBI is basically like 5 agencies, I don't want like a whole lot of them outside my house. And then they'll send the tax guys. So I don't want that happening. So I'll just close InspiroBot down for now for the time being. Move into something else. Let me just think. What was I doing again? Yeah, go about. So what do I do now? Now, funny thing, I was actually supposed to do the stream yesterday night, but got tired. So I'm like, I'll just postpone this to today. Back then it was tomorrow. So that's that, I guess. So yeah, that is basically why I still decided to do the stream now instead of yesterday. Because I came back home from work, long day, just fell on a bed, dozed off. I wake up and it's like late, extremely late, and I'm like, oh what? I'll do it tomorrow. And here I am. So yeah, but now moving on to wonder what I should do. You know what? I think I know just the one thing to do. Let me just open up YouTube. No, I would, personally, I would like to watch this with someone else, make someone shit bricks, but nah, See, it'd be actually kind of interesting to see what would happen. Just me watching without, getting scared. Funny thing is, I've hardly gotten scared. Which is kind of weird, but, you know. Is it weird to want to get scared? I seriously don't know if it's weird for me to want to get scared, but cannot get scared. Anyone been in that position? No, you really do want to get scared, but you cannot get scared. Or I'll do the scary stuff later, maybe much later when the sun sets down and it actually does get a bit scary. Or scary in the nominal sense because I don't get scared. Unless it's a cow or the taxman. Then I'm terrified. Because the taxman, he don't give a shit if you don't have money. If he's coming for your money, he's coming for your money. He don't care about laws or like the previously existing laws. They say they want your money, they take your money. It's as simple as that. They want your stockpile of, let's say furry suits. Assuming you have a stockpile of furry suits. If the government says they want your stockpile of furry suits because you haven't quote unquote paid taxes, the taxman is coming for your furry suits. Just remember that. If the taxman says that, you haven't paid your taxes on, say hypothetically your collection of anime figurines, you bet the taxman is coming for your anime figurines. Because what the taxman wants, they take. Because taxes are quote unquote good, I guess. I don't know. And I guess my internet just kinda died. It's poor stuff. Fuck this shit. I'm just gonna keep shaking till the connection gets better. Come on, Republic of India, get your shit together. I want great internet. Aren't we supposed to be the IT capital of the world? Okay, I think now it's better. I think I have to bring that up every time my internet goes down. Just mention that we're supposed to be the IT capital of the world. That'll get stuff more the ball rolling again. Because that's one thing the guys over here are pretty proud of. They're good with computers. It is funny because that just made us the world's tech support. Yeah, so so today I had a I wouldn't say on paper it doesn't sound weird, but the moment you taste it, it's like two things which are pretty good on their own, but once you mix it together, it doesn't taste like great. So I had watermelon iced tea today, which conceptually tastes good because iced tea is cool. Conceptually it sounds good. Iced tea is cool, watermelon's cool, but the moment you mix both of them together, they kind of suck, which is a tragedy because both of them are great on their own. Watermelon's cool, and iced tea is cool, especially during a hot summer day, but they kind of mixed it up and they created an abomination known as watermelon iced tea. Which was, pretty weird on its own, but, I appreciate that. I appreciate the creativity, but won't buy it again. I'll just stick to peach iced tea and lemon iced tea for the time being. So talking about that, I guess I have to. Maybe I should get myself a drink. No, I should get myself a drink for later on. No, I have to keep myself hydrated. And water, even the water is great. I don't think water is the only thing I should be having. I'm just saying. I should perhaps diversify my intake of liquids. Okay, where was I? Sorry. That's on my team. So the funny thing is, so as most of you may know, yesterday was my birthday. I was supposed to go out for drinks with a couple of friends, and sad thing is one of them caught COVID. And it's the second time she got it. Which is, extremely, see, I've been through it. I won't say it was, for me, it was as bad as for others, but I went through it, and I can tell you that it's not the nicest thing to do for you to go through. It comes with its own set of disadvantages, and it's painful. Okay, it's not the okay. I've been vaccinated, I'm completely vaccinated, and I've got the booster shot as well. So I'm luckier than most people when it comes to this. But I can tell you one thing: it's like for a vaccinated person, it's not the disease. Now you during the infected stage, that's a pain. It's you post-infected stage. I'm not saying that the infected stage is a walk in the park. It's still painful. It's just that by the time it takes for your body to recover, you're basically screwed. Like, I couldn't walk properly. Like, I was out of breath most of the time. And I feel bad for my friend. She's in the last 6 months is the second time she got it, which is kind of fucked up when your government's too busy, debating on is COVID a real thing when you have a university which is completely it's ground zero. It's ground zero for Wave 3, and then they just sit around and be like, you know what? Let's just debate this and see if it's alright. I know, I'm sorry about this tiny diverted rant. It's just that, it's nothing to do with my birthday, just I'm concerned for my friend. Because, I've been through it, she's been through it, and I don't want her to go through it again. On a lighter note, I discovered that a slice of orange in a pint of beer tastes really good. So anyone about the legal age of drinking should try it out. But if you're underage, wait till you're 18 or 21 or 25 based on the local laws, and drink when you're of the age of drinking, legal age of drinking. Because see, how much ever it's great it looks like, underage drinking ain't cool. Yeah. Underage drinking ain't worth it. It ain't cool. It ain't gonna give you. It ain't gonna get you the ladies. It ain't gonna make you an adult faster. It's not worth it. I'll just put it out there. Yeah, as simple as it ain't cool. And if you're gonna drink responsibly. Drink responsibly. Because it ain't cool. Hi Fuji. Let me just add your reactive.
Oh.
Just give me a minute. Let me just add your reactive. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, how's it going?
I got today and tomorrow off because I worked the previous weekend, so compensation, I guess.
Yeah, nice.
And that's why I can afford to do this. The thing is, my original plan was yesterday I'll go out for drinks with a couple of friends.
Huh?
And today I can sleep off the hangover. And I was just saying that a few minutes ago, one of them caught COVID.
Yeah.
And it's still an issue. That's the sad part. Still an issue. And they brought back the mask mandate over here, but no one's enforcing it.
Yeah, I was looking at the what do you call it, news and stuff, because over where I live also they kind of, yeah, if you want you can have mask, if you don't want you
No, so
can not wear mask. But then
over here
my
there is
thing
a
is,
mask mandate.
if it comes back and when it comes back, who is going to start wearing it again? People are not going to be, oh, there's rules, let's start wearing it again.
No, that's the scary part is you have people here praising North Korea for not taking vaccines.
Praising?
Yeah, they're praising North Korea. Have you seen the news lately? They're praising North Korea. They're like, see, they knew that the vaccines don't work. I'm like, look at it this way. If there were no vaccines, the number of people who who passed away would have increased.
So North Korea has a 9mm bullet vaccine. So if
No, it's the most effective vaccine, 100%. Why buy vaccines from the capitalist American pig donors Pfizer, where you can use homemade North Korean vaccine? I don't think it's 9mm. It's something cheaper than that. 9mm, the capitalist weapon.
maybe who knows?
9mm capitalist. They will not use capitalist weapons. They'll use their own. What's their version of communism called? Should I forgot the name? Let me check.
Their version, what?
They have their own version. They call it something else. They have their own their philosophy.
Do they have?
Juche. It's
do
called
they have their
Juche.
leaders'
It's called Juche.
Okay.
It's the idea. It's the state ideology of North Korea. So Juche states that a bullet is better than a vaccine because it's wider, thereby more
Because
effective.
it's what?
It's wider. See, vaccine is thin. It cannot stab the body properly, like the vaccine needle. But a bullet is wider, thereby more effective.
Bullet is thick.
The bullet is thick and will get the job done.
That's their supporting statement. Bullet boy be thick.
Yeah, bullet boy is thick. And it works, see, in that, like, for them, I assume it works out fine. You know, they have a population
In
problem.
their
We solved the
logic.
population problem as well. Like, for them, their biggest issue is they have to feed their people. So now, if you don't have enough people, you don't have to feed
I
them.
don't know.
You know, it's actually
I
good
don't
thing.
know. Is it their biggest issue? I don't know.
No, I'd say it's not population growth. It's more of them not having enough food for their citizens. Why do you think they throw a nuclear tantrum every now and then? Once every 6 months, they threaten to launch.
But isn't that also mostly because of like deliberately done?
See, deliberate. Define deliberate. Is it? It's not them hoarding food. It's them. It's like them. Is it using the resources for dumb stuff instead of farming?
No, I thought they're the mentality of like if you keep the population
Hungry.
too weak and too hungry, they won't be able to fight.
Comrade, if we keep our population starving, they will fight harder. Yeah, see, maybe that's even a possibility. The thing about the North Koreans is, or Best Korea as the meme community calls them, you don't know what they're thinking.
What community?
The meme community likes to call them Best Korea, ironically.
Oh.
South Korea is called Worst Korea.
I'm hearing that for the first time.
And South Korea is called Worst Korea. I'm just going to switch to. I'm going to switch to Discord Reactive as well. This one's it's acting up again. And actually, the thing about Discord Reactive is I can sit in whatever position I want now.
Yeah.
Because I don't. It's not capturing my body motion. No, so
Yeah,
Best
PC
Korea is that.
processor is a tough conflict.
Best Korea is actually pretty cool when you think about it. They have solved population control, they solved hunger, they solved everything. The only thing left is world peace. If you destroy the world, there's no world to bring world peace to. Best Korea right now. Yeah, talking about them, they felt kind of left out that they're not part of the world news, so they threatened to launch nukes again.
Oh yeah, recently there was some like movie. There was like a rip-off movie trailer from them, right?
Oh no, it's not a rip-off movie trailer. Stop insulting movie trailers. Movie trailers are fun. This is like Windows 95 graphics of them launching nukes on Washington DC. I'm like, come on.
It's like one of those recent meme videos where the person is playing. They've booted up Fortnite or something on an old Nokia.
Yeah. No, see, most
cathode ray TV.
But see, despite shitting on them, one thing that we can't deny about North Koreans that have done The metro network is better than ours, which is sad. Which is sad for us.
The what?
Their real network, the local train network, is much more better than ours.
Huh.
You don't have people sitting on
I
top.
mean, I guess that.
I mean, you don't have people dangling out. And okay,
I'd say you don't have people sitting on top, you don't have people sitting inside it also.
no, yeah, you have like a handful of people sitting inside. It's too expensive for the rest of them. And the thing of so
Yeah.
chat
And
for
then there's one guy who not only sits in it, he also shits in it.
so chat. The thing about Indian trains is you see the people dangling out and sitting on top. That's actually a criminal offense in India. It's just that they don't enforce that law.
Mm.
And another thing is the Indian Railways has its own laws. So if you're inside a railway station, the laws you follow are slightly different from the laws you follow outside the railway station.
Yeah.
So dangling out of a bus is perfectly legal, but dangling out of a train is illegal, but no one enforces that law. Because half the population should be behind bars.
Yeah.
Now what's up? Is it like 6 months in jail or something like that if you're caught footboarding? Footboarding is
If I'm
dangling out.
not wrong, it's close to $20 fine or 6 months in jail or
Or
both.
both.
Now the thing I never understood is who is it who gets to on what basis is A, B, or C like
Okay, I think
chosen as
it's something like if you're dangling because someone pushed you, it's just a fine. If you know these daredevil kids who like to dangle out, to impress the ladies.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the case where both punishments are given. The problem is that no one's been convicted of that ever.
Mm. I was dangling once, but it wasn't. I mean, it was extremely. I think. I don't know.
No, see, you were
Life
dangling.
or death situation.
No, see, everyone's been dangling once. If you're Indian and you use public transport, you've been dangling outside once. Even if you pay for the
Dangling as in not. How do I put this? Okay, 2 feet out in the air.
I know what you're talking about. You're 2
completely
feet out.
nothing.
You're holding on to dear life.
No. I can't even hold on to anything. So I'll explain actually. So, I'm young Fuji is coming back from the college or school, high school, let's say, and well, I get my station comes around, and there's a huge crowd on the door of the train which I have to pass to get out. And you may not have gatekeepers in like proper gatekeepers which properly function in games or in security facilities or anywhere, but you'll have perfect gatekeepers on the railway door who like to sit on either side, and there's a pole in the center of the door who like to put their hand on the poles. They like to hold the pole.
Oh yeah,
So
everyone likes to
I'm
hold the
trying
pole
to
for some
get
reason.
out. Exactly. So I'm getting out with all of them. I'm one of the last to get out. Big mistake. And for some weird reason, this idiot decides, okay, I'm gonna close the gates with my hand. And I get stuck on his hand 2 feet outside, and I'm basically hanging on his hand. And the train starts. And I'm moving my legs. I don't feel anything under my legs.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
this is a
chat.
different angle.
So chat. What's in the background is for display purposes only. That it's not that bad. Because whoever sits on top when it comes to trains intracity trains, they're going to get incinerated because those are electricity powered.
Yeah. I've seen people
Get incinerated.
I mean, dying. Yeah.
So is it like there's
Weird
just
thing is why is like I don't understand the mentality of the person standing on the platform with the phone going, yeah, I'm gonna record this.
they're like, oh Pog, I saw a man die. Let's post this on YouTube.
Content.
No content.
But yeah, I wouldn't say it is this bad all over the place.
See, the videotaping thing, I don't think it's that bad in many places. Like, however, in so many places I've seen is when persons injured, they tend to help. Even though they end up causing more harm than actual help, but
I was not talking about the video. But yeah, even the video, also the image in our background.
It's not that bad. It's not. It's
how to put
definitely
this?
not that bad.
Yeah, it's most 90% of the times it's not this bad.
98% of the time,
It's
because if you're gonna
yeah,
if you're gonna do the if you're like crowding around the engine, and that thing will actually get you arrested.
yeah.
But buses,
This
this
is
happens
more
in
like
buses. Okay, this happens in buses. That I'm not
interstate or
joking.
something.
I've seen people actually climb on top of
Buses,
bus.
yeah, true. Buses, there's more people are like yeah, many times nowadays. It's not a thing. Again, it's slowly becoming a thing of the past. But because there's adequate transport with the ratio of population nowadays.
Don't you worry,
But there used to
Fuji.
be a time where
Don't you worry, Fuji. The government's bringing back the good old days by increasing fuel prices.
no, I mean there's like there's tons and tons of buses now compared to before. Plus there's like these semi-van type buses
No,
also, small
you mean the
ones.
private ones?
No, I mean not private ones. So now they've at least where I am, they've done a hybrid thing where there's big giant buses for longer routes, medium buses, and then there's like like bigger van type buses, like the bigger end of the van models, whatever are sold, and like really small bus. And
God,
all of these, it's like how do you call it? It's like planes with like jumbo jets going long haul flights, hub to hub. Then you
got it,
have like smaller planes doing regional flights, but all of it in the same like city or between two cities.
got
So
it.
it's getting much better. There used to be a time where, and I have been in those buses. The bus used to look like you go to like one of those, what is it called? Farmers markets.
Yeah,
You go to farmers markets and there's a like a bale of or like whatever. I think the bale is the right term.
yeah,
There's a bunch of spinach just tied up
yeah.
with
It's
a rope,
it's a bunch of
and the
spinach.
rope is gonna tear. It's filled so much that the rope is gonna
Yeah.
tear, and the spinach is already overflowing. It's like it used to be like that.
The thing
It
like
didn't
thing.
help that the buses weren't actually like proper buses.
See, the thing about buses is you take anyone who's not from India, you take them on a bus ride here, they'll be clinging on to dear life. I'll be
Yeah.
like, I'll be like, yeah, we do this every day.
Hey, you want to go to a thriller, what is it?
Roller coaster.
Theme park, yeah, roller coaster theme park. You don't need to get like a 300 $400 ticket or something. Just come here
Yeah,
in a hundred dollars you'll
just get a $300 ticket to India.
to India, yeah.
Your life will be a roller coaster ride. And the thing is, in many places, especially in the West, you have this concept of personal space. You don't get too physically close to a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't.
See, in India, the funny thing is, in India, there is no space for personal space.
Yeah, so the thing is, between two genders, acceptable. But if you're stuck with the same gender, since gay doesn't like homosexuality doesn't exist in India, quote unquote, it's fine. It ain't gay if you're not into it. You're like, yeah, it's two ladies, right? Just squeeze in, it's fine. I'm like, I'm not comfortable with it. They're like, no, it's okay. Squeeze in, it'll be fine. It's gotten worse since they've increased fuel taxes. Like what used to be a 500 rupee Uber drive is now a 700 rupee Uber drive.
My God.
And so for a friend of mine, drive close by, like for me to drive close by to see a friend, it's cheaper for both of us to find a mutual place that's like 30 kilometers away and take the train.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And Chad, before any of you come to a conclusion that it's because of Ukraine and Russia, no, the rising prices aren't because of that. It's because these guys don't understand how taxes work. So they've increased that, and they're planning on increasing the GST. That's a common tax for all of us. For what was it, 146 items, ranging anything from basic food items to a sink. I'm like, what's a sink doing here? Why are they debating on the taxes of a sink? So they're planning to increase it from 18% to 28%.
Wait. Tax for what?
So they're planning on increasing the GST of GST. There's I think 5, 18 and 28% brackets. I think there's one in the middle that I missed. I think it's 5, 10, 18 and 28%
No,
bracket
18 to 28 for what?
for 146 items and the 18% bracket.
But they're going to raise it to 28%.
Yeah, it goes. It's everything from puppet clothes to the fucking sink. I'm like, what's a sink doing here? Why are we even debating about taxes on a sink?
So these guys are going to tax the population into being frugal.
No. I think the thing is, the biggest argument is like I was talking to my dad, and dad reads Bloomberg. Like since he doesn't live here, he doesn't have the ground on news. Sam has ground on news. Like all the reports say India's like this booming, and like that's all total bullshit, horse shit, dad, and you know it. These guys have no money, so it's like as I was telling my sister, the West thinks that we're playing 5D chess, but these guys are just playing hungry hippos with each other. Like Bloomberg, what do we call that? Washington Post, New York Times. They think we're ultra, you know. We are playing 5D chess and we're gonna be the next super. The truth is we're playing hungry hippos and we don't understand how taxes work. We're like if we increase tax rate, then we get more money, right? That's how it works. Like no, that's not how it works, you fucking idiot. Who put you in charge? That would be my question. And I found another interesting thing. I found out
I
recently.
mean, we know who put them in charge.
Yeah, we put them in charge. I know who put them in charge. It's a rhetorical question. And so when it comes to fuel prices, independent of the GST, there's a value-added tax added onto them. So there's a declaration contest between individual state governments and the central government. The central government is not going to reduce its tax. So they tell the state government, you reduce your tax. And they're like, we want money. How come you're the only one who's taking money from the people? We want money as well. And I'm like, based on this, inflation is going to be double digit. Are you guys sure you want that? I'm like, this is fun. Me, a person living here, this is fun. My family who are living abroad, they're terrified. I'm like, I'm living through a Looney Tunes episode. I'm like, what's next? They're gonna tax us for breathing air. And shit, I just gave them that
Don't
idea.
give them ideas.
Yeah.
Don't give them ideas.
A funny thing, apparently, you know the Arjun MBT tank? There's GST for that.
Yeah.
There's GST for that.
What?
Yeah, there's GST for that.
Wait.
There's 18% GST for that.
How does that? What?
So it's like the government taxes the government for being the government. So when the Indian Army buys a tank from, let's say,
Your
DRDO,
tank's weight being extra wasn't enough. You need to charge a extra tax for being
no,
extra.
you're charging an extra tax against yourself. That's the funny thing. You're charging a tax against yourself. So armored tanks, which is basically the Arjun MPT, there's an 18% GST with associated with that. And it was increased. I think it was increased from the 10% bracket to 15% bracket sometime in 2021.
Who taxes who?
The government, the GST agency, the committee taxes the military when they buy tanks.
You do know the military gets money from like the government. What?
It's the government. It's like, you know, back in the day there used to be like 100
Government
banks.
pays the military though.
No, but it's a different government. That's a different agency. That's the Ministry of Defense.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't
Isn't
it at the end of the day circulating through the same
Yeah.
place?
So if it circulates through multiple hands, there are like multiple outlets where people can siphon off money. Allegedly. Don't sue me. No, it gets better. Okay, it gets better. So you know the income tax
Imagine
department.
the next tank will be one of the what the armor specifications will be equipped against tax.
No, so what they'll do is,
Anti-tax armor.
you know how blacklisted countries buy weapons, right? They buy helicopters from the USA, they buy missiles from China, and they'll like mash it up together. That'll be India in the future. But like, if we buy missiles separately, we'll have to
I
pay
mean,
less tax.
that is already India. We
No,
do
no, no,
that.
no. We're doing that against foreign countries because we have a weird obsession with mixing stuff up. I mean, they'll do it out of interest of saving taxes. They'll be like, if you buy missiles separately, that's like that's a 10% tax bracket instead of 28% tax bracket. They need to hire accountants to come up with ideas on how to pay less taxes. It gets better. It gets better. So you know that the income tax department has its own, what I like to refer to as hit squad, but it's like a police unit that arrests people for not paying taxes.
Yeah.
The GST agency has their own squad like that, which I found out recently.
Nice.
At the rate things are going, they're going to send their hit squads against each other for not paying taxes.
Every government agency is going to have a special forces unit.
No, they're just guys in khaki uniform. Don't insult the special forces. No, these are just ordinary cops because the tax evaders aren't that much of a threat. But I was like surprised because I saw this news about a silver merchant who did not pay his GST properly, so they raided his house.
Nice.
Not like
You're gonna like just lift off 18% of the house and carry it back with you.
Apparently they did something like that. As in, they broke his walls. They found like a shit ton of silver hidden in the walls, and they took that.
Of course.
No, it's like the FBI meme. They just break into your house. They just crash into your house and break stuff up. FBI open up.
Yeah.
That's what happened. They broke into this poor this innocent rich man's house. They broke his stuff and
That's the
stole
weird
silver.
thing. If you're gonna do income tax evasion, like at least don't do like the story you just told me. It's like you did one thing, but then you had, how do I put this?
Are you talking about him hiding silver in
Don't
his
lie
house?
to get out of a lie is what I'm trying to say. But that doesn't exactly make sense.
Nah, see, they're not gonna kill you. They just take your stuff because you're not worth anything to them dead.
I know. But I'm like, if I didn't, so let's say I was supposed to share like half of chocolate with you,
Okay.
and I didn't, and you come to like talk to me or whatever, tell me off.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't, it would make sense if I didn't have a pocket overflowing with chocolate.
Nah, Fuji, he kept it. He like sealed it behind his walls. Okay, that's like the
Yeah,
most he
I
can
know,
do.
but that's as good as me sealing it in my pocket.
Now, where else can he keep it? He can't keep it in the bank because they'll rat him off.
Uh,
You hear what I mean, right? You can keep it in the bank. They'll rat him off.
yeah.
He can't keep it in his daughter-in-law's house because that's as good as keeping it in his house.
Mm.
And okay, another thing is when you're investing, when you're buying, let's say gold bullions or gold coins, there's this weird rule that if you have gold or silver in the form of coins or bars, they can take it.
Huh?
They can just take it. If they raid your house, they can take your stuff.
So if I have jewelry, they can't.
No, jewelry. I think till a certain weight. I think it's about 100 grams. I forgot the amount. They cannot take it. If you're a man, it's less. If you're a woman, married woman, it's higher. But if you have the same amount in, let's say, gold biscuits or bars or coins, they can take it. And
Let's search. Opening in income tax department is.
oh, well, what? You're gonna join them now? Why are you doing the same thing my dad suggested? It's like, okay, you know what? Join the tax department. You can raid houses. You can raid houses and you can pocket them. I like that. The thing is, I can make more money by not raiding houses and pocketing them. That's fear. And so my dad predicted that the stock market will collapse, and guess what? He's right. So right now, see, everyone's putting their money out of shit because since GST is rising, everyone's putting their money out of gold and stuff like that, and they're just buying food. They're stockpiling food. which led to Colgate and Colgate, Nestle, Hindustan, Unilever, and so on. Basically, consumable goods stock prices rising.
Why is everybody trying to?
See, if you had 28% tax, the 118 rupee food that you had is now 128 rupees.
Oh, yeah, but it is perishable good. So how much are you gonna
Toothpaste can last for like 2 years. So they're buying stuff like that. Toothpaste, canned goods.
yeah. Toothpaste can, yes.
Toothpaste, canned goods, stuff like that. Before the government goes crazy, hey, pig world, and it starts taxing you on that.
Toothpaste, people have mastered the art of road rolling the life out of toothpaste. So yes, it can
No,
last
see, right
forever.
now Indians are like buying anything that they can eat because they're scared that the government. Like, see, my theory is that they're doing this because they don't want Sri Lankans coming over. If you fuck up,
Probably.
yeah. See, if you
Probably.
fuck up your country more than Sri Lankans ain't gonna come over. The Indian government right now, I have one, but at what cost? And like the thing is,
I think I had shared this. There's the bus meme. There's two
yeah,
buses
yeah,
going.
I'm like, see, it'll only get better.
There'll be a third bus next.
No, there'll be a bus that just crashes from a bridge and rolls on top of these two. Yeah, I'm like, they didn't go
There'll
over
just be a monster truck bus off-roading on the side. with
in
the
India right
Indian
now.
rupee thing.
And see, unlike Sri Lanka and Russia, this is like completely them increasing their own inflation.
Yeah, it's pretty much controlled and like managed.
It's not managed. They're basically shooting themselves in the foot and being like, why would the West do this to us? And the West is
By
and
governing, but it's not like because of-
the West is traumatized based on what they saw. They're like, good lord, why does India hate itself so much? India be like inflation. If the inflation is 3%, we are fine. We have future superpower. That's us right now. And the funny thing is, our finance minister kind of forgot what job she had. She thinks she's different. She suddenly thought that she was defense minister and started making comments about India's national defense.
Nice.
I'm like, lady, you used to be defense minister. You're not defense minister anymore. It was something like, all right, grandma, time for your meds. See, she was like, India needs Russia to protect its borders, blah blah blah. I'm like, what's your job again?
What?
She said that she gave her.
What? No. What?
She said India needs Russia to protect its borders. Like, so what happens is India
needs Russia to protect Russia's borders?
No, India's borders.
Why?
Yeah, that's my question. Why aren't
we spend more than Russia on defense? Why do we need?
Forget the money. Russia needs us to protect them. Okay, why do we?
We have better forces. Yeah, we do have better forces.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Forget the money and all that. We have competent people in charge. I mean, more competent. See, as competent as they can get, because a couple of flag officers most probably will get, the closest thing to fired right now. So a bunch of Indian officers, high-ranking officers, they said pretty high up in the chain of command. They didn't specify anything, but I assume it's brigadier or above. They fell for the oldest trick in the book, bragging on Facebook. They're like, yes, I totally hand confidential information. Now send pics of Bob's and Vagina on Facebook. And so what happened was the Indian government thought...
that seems to be the weak point of...
Yes, Bob's and Vagina.
Yeah.
See, the Indian government can solve all its problems with one simple thing. Legalize OnlyFans. Simple as that. Legalize OnlyFans. It's a win-win-win situation for all parties involved. All the horny men who get into trouble can watch OnlyFans. Make in India OnlyFans. Okay, made in India.
You'll have a massive economic boost.
Yeah, we'll have a massive economic boost. Would I personally do OnlyFans? No. But do I think it's a good idea would I recommend anyone doing it? Personally, no. But do I think it's necessary for our government to survive? Yes. See, just think about it.
It's like what was that Otherland memes? It's like that. For the motherland.
For the motherland, I shall do porn.
Oh my goodness.
See, it actually solves all our problems. Horny men, no need to find foreign women on foreign quote unquote women who are actually Pakistani agents on Facebook. You can find it online at OnlyFans. Just pay the money. Government gets a 30% tax. You just slap a 30% tax onto it. Boom.
Yeah.
See, but the truth is, I don't think they'll do it for one simple thing. Social backlash.
Wait, what? OnlyFans?
No, I mean, like, if you legalize OnlyFans in India, the backlash you'll get over here will be like, this government ain't gonna.
Only there's a lot. There's many things in a list which it's risky to legalize, which is only risky to legalize because of the backlash. OnlyFans, I would say, is pretty far down the line.
See, if you're talking about grass, that too I agree. Even though grass in many ways is actually technically legal over here.
No, I wasn't really talking about grass, but yeah, grass in some forms has always been legal.
I don't mean the drink, because that thing isn't technically considered narcotic. But the reason I'm saying grass is legal is because they don't really enforce grass. Like they arrest distribution of grass, but consumption they don't seem that concerned. Because I see people smoke grass every day. In fact, I'll say that the consumption of stuff, including stuff heavier than grass, has actually increased a lot in India. Economic ruin always comes with stuff like this.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, economic ruin, it's not like the subcontinent as a whole is doing good.
Yeah, but we're not talking about subcontinent, we're talking about the guys who are purposefully increasing taxes. We're like, it's like, how to put, it's like BJP is trying to tick in the boxes of all the stuff Congress did, including hyperinflation during Indira Gandhi's time. During her time, I think it was about 60 to 70% inflation. When she kicked out the MNCs, the inflation rate went up to 50 to 60%. So these guys thought like pathetic. We can get it to 120%. They're making her roll in her. Was she? She was cremated, right? So she's not rolling in her grave. But she would if she hears it. We have that, and and the thing is, the GST committee, the Goods and Service Tax committee that we have, it's not directly controlled by the central government. It's technically controlled by the central government, but legally it's controlled by a panel of chief ministers from different states.
What?
Yeah.
Why you do this?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, why you make a simple thing more complicated? Like, for all intents and purposes, this committee is a rubber stamp, but still it's legally an independent group. With its own hit squad, so that's like what every Indian agency dreams of.
Yeah.
India
does seem to have a great load of committees.
No, it hasn't. It used to be worse back in the day. Like, back in the day, there used to be so many banks that the banks started competing against each other. I mean, government banks.
Go, nice.
They're like, no, that's my customer. No, that's my customer. You go find your own fucking customer. That used to be banks back in the day.
Nice. Capitalist government.
No, that's not capitalism. This is basically, I don't know what to call it, because capitalism is multiple banks, but all of them are owned by different people. And this is like, the meme of a KGB agent walking into USA and we're seeing the FBI and CIA fight each other. Or modern day Russia, when the SVR, which is the CIA, the FSB, which is supposed to be the internal security but does external security for some reason, and the GRU fighting each other. Now, GRU is military intelligence. Which is, when I say military intelligence, not like, let's say, army intelligence or naval intelligence that we have, that each country has. It's more like ISI from Pakistan.
Okay.
It's like a joint intelligence command which is controlled by the military, but operates officially is controlled by the military, but operates independent of the military. And so my biggest question is, why? See, Russia did that for just intelligence. We did that for everything apart from intelligence. Yeah, we even did that for intelligence. There was once a time when the NIA, which is India's counterterrorism investigation agency for internal
National
matters,
investigation. Okay. Yep.
had a guy in the most wanted list, but that guy was already captured by the CBI. That's Indian FBI.
Nice.
I'm like, okay. I'm like, can we streamline the procedures? Now get the agencies to talk to each other. Because the biggest issue is that none of them talk to each other. At least in this case, the banks compete against each other. That's a shit show on its own. It's alright. They're like, it's like the Indian government strategies. If we have them competing against each other, we'll get more customers. And that's when the entire privatization thing became. That's when HDFC and ICICI consolidated power by taking over failing government banks.
Got it.
And it's continuing in that trajectory. Like the government has gotten into a privatization program, which I'd say they're doing a bad job with privatization, because like ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, was doing well. Okay, the stock market was doing well and all that. And the Indian government's like, you know what, our quota for privatization hasn't reached that. Let's just load out like 20% of the company. Let's just load it out to the open market, which got investors panicking, and now the stock the price is collapsing. I'm like, yes, brilliant. Now, where did you go to school and where did you study? Because at that point the market was already dipping, and dumping more of your stock in the market when the market is in not good shape is a terrible idea. I seriously don't know what they're doing. I just hope that this is just back of my head that it's all a big prank, and they're gonna be like to the opposition, bro, it's just a prank. We're just messing with you.
Psych.
We just want to see how much you would whine if we do that. which sadly isn't the truth. I see, my state is pissed because they're not getting their cut of the corruption money. Because the thing is, my state owes the central government money. The central government is like, even if we increase taxes, we're not going to give you money. They're like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're not going to give us money? They're like, do you know how many Sri Lankan refugees we took in because of you? That is my state right now. It's basically Green Goblin from the first Spider-Man movie. You know how much I sacrificed for this company? It's like my state's like, you know how much I sacrificed for this country? That's wild. Oh yeah. And it's like for a person living it, I'm like, yes, I'm living through history. Everywhere else, they're like, good lord, the poor people there, what are they going to go through? They did that, and what else did they do? Yes, all the praises I gave about BDL, due to this, the defense industry is contracting again, and the prices are falling. I would dump all my BDL stocks and invest in tobacco. Tobacco and toothpaste.
Oh, damn it.
It's okay. Tobacco, toothpaste is actually doing really well. Rose by about 10% the last week.
Good.
If toothpaste prices are rising, that means, toothpaste stock prices, Colgate prices are rising, that means that the economy is not doing well. Indians stockpile toothpaste and gold. I was telling that to a friend, and she was like, what do you mean toothpaste prices are rising? I mean, toothpaste stock prices are rising. I'm like, that's exactly what I mean. And gold prices actually dipped a bit. And when gold prices dip in India, that means shit's hit the fan. You know how much our people love gold, right? In fact, it's estimated that the only person that has more gold than Indian housewives is the US government. And then that's only taking legal numbers into account.
Yeah.
So if gold prices are dipping, that means our our political masters. I don't know what they're doing. Are they playing 5D chess? Are they like It's
5D chess with behind their own backs with their
no, it's hungry. It's
eyes
see right now.
blindfolded, maybe.
No, it's most probably hungry hippos. All the states are playing hungry hippos right now.
Hungry, hungry
They're against
people.
each other. Like who gets the most resources? They're like no me. No, me. You know how much my state sacrificed at taking refugees. Otherwise, like, what do you mean you sacrificed? You know about how much I sacrificed? That's the right now, all of them. It's like, and the thing is, I seriously don't know what they're doing because if they continue this, they're not going to win the next election. Or maybe maybe they'll do the old-fashioned trick and the last minute, they'll like right before the election, they'll like reduce the prices.
Who knows? Let's see.
I'm intrigued in this stage. I'm like, because the reason I'm really intrigued is the West thinks where these guys are playing 5D chess. That's why I'm intrigued. The Americans are like, these Indians are too smart for us. Meanwhile, Indians, if I add 1% to 80, it becomes 28, right?
If you do what?
If I add 1 to 18, it becomes 28, right? So 1% tax increase. If I divide 10 by like 10, no, so 28 is 10 10 greater than 8. But 0 is not a number, right? 0 means nothing, so it's 1%. That's Indians in right now. Okay, like this, my fellow Indians, due to our suffering, thanks to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we're like, what do you mean we suffered doing that? We're the true winners. We have decided to increase taxes. I'm just waiting for that speech. And thanks to that, I've started using public transport again, which is constantly cheaper than Uber.
So see, that was the trick.
What to get
That was what they were after all along.
What, getting people to use public transport? Nothing. No, like I don't understand what the end game is. Because if
This is, I feel like this is, have you seen Loki?
yeah,
I feel this is just a joke, but I feel like this could end like Loki.
the
Where
big,
it is all terrible, but we reach the end and we find out it made sense.
no, actually the thing about Loki is I understand the whole it as a joke, but like the joke, but the thing about Loki was for me was a huge disappointment because I read the source comic. And
Yeah, the only thing for me with Loki was they kind of unlokified him.
yeah, they made him into a good man.
Chat spoilers, by the way, if anybody
As
wants.
I won't call it spoilers, man. The show's old. Everyone's talking about Moon Knight, and I haven't even watched Moon Knight yet.
Oh yeah,
No, Dad watched it. See, Dad's hate watching it for some reason.
Your dad's watching Moon Knight.
No, my dad's watching Moon Knight.
You know what is hate watching?
Hate watching means you like, I want to see how much it sucks in it today. That's what. See, he likes Oscar Isaac. I think he's watching it because he likes Oscar Isaac.
I see.
But he doesn't seem happy with the way it's going. He's like, what's their end game? They have no end game. That's my dad every episode.
Yeah, I don't know.
My dad's like, Koki, this sucks. Okay, this sucks. Oscar Isaac is a great actor, but this sucks. No, but no, that thing I agree.
It's like Marvel is now one after the other. They're just coming with like one movie with one superhero, and each superhero individually is shown as enough of overpowering that they could have done what like it took the entire cast of Avengers
Yeah,
to do.
so the question is, what the fuck were they doing?
Yeah, what are they doing all this for?
And don't bring up that bullshit. They're not supposed to intervene. Thing.
The plenty of intervention has happened.
Yeah, because in their own movie they do plenty of intervention. Like the only thing about Loki, the ending was the comic book ending. The guy who runs this agencies is actually Loki himself.
Okay.
So it's a closed loop. So he's training his
See,
successor,
that would have been better. These guys just ended with some
some random dudes. They're like, this is Kang.
some random hype man sitting on the chair. Like,
Yeah, so they're like, this
hey,
is Kang.
how's it?
So and for a person who's not seen read the comic, they're like, who? That'll be the question. Who's this? Like, see, the only people who know who Kang is are people who happen to have read the comics. And even they were, aka me, and even they were disappointed because Kang is supposed to be like Thanos. I mean, he's supposed to be intimidating back
Yeah, like what I had seen in like YouTube, like what is those
the analysis videos.
dissecting videos?
Yeah, the analysis videos.
Yeah, in those, I had seen in those like once or twice I had heard the name of Kang appearing in whatever something else they were talking about. And the guy looked menacing.
Hey, he is menacing.
This guy looks like
This guy looks like a harmless. This guy looks like a homeless guy you meet in the streets. Like, the crazy homeless guy.
I would make a rap music video with him.
Yeah, he'd be like, buy my next mixtape. Buy my newest mixtape.
Yeah, and both of us are standing with like the 60s, 70s like filter, and there's the secret timeline in the center behind us.
What's up? Kang. See, even think about that was the original one. It's revealed that the person who's orchestrating the whole thing is Loki himself, an older version of Loki. So it's like it's a closed loop. He's training his successor. So it's like each iteration there's Loki does the same thing. And this version, decides to go against his, predestined fate. Because he doesn't want to be the bad guy. Now, see, that
But
is
wait, does he not want to be the bad guy in the comics as well?
No, I mean, this iteration doesn't want. He doesn't want his fate being. Doesn't want his fate being, written before. He doesn't like predestination as a concept. So predestination is that your fate is written.
Yeah.
So it goes against predestination. Like he decides to choose to do the right thing, which is a much better thing than if we kill him, then bad stuff gonna happen, and then Loki gets involved in the self-cest tag. Or incest based on how you look at it, because if you look at it from a biological perspective, that's not him, that's his sister.
Yeah, it's not exactly Loki.
That's a sister. Biologically, that's a sister.
Oh, okay.
Because what happens is...
Yeah, that's not him, right?
Yeah, him. So if you're taking the hypothetical where you were born female instead of male or male instead of female, the hypothetical that exists isn't you, that's your sibling. That's your hypothetical sibling. So either Loki wants to bang himself or wants to bang his sister, one of the two. Which is actually it's a good thing Thor isn't female, once you think about it. Because I feel bad for female Thor. If this is what Loki is into.
I mean, there is a female Thor.
But that's not biologically related to Loki.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Marvel though.
Oh, you mean the rule? See, that exists everywhere, okay?
I'm talking about the Nissan R34.
Okay. Hey, that thing we don't talk about that. That's non-canon. I'm talking about canonical female Thor. Like, it's how I put. First of all, I never saw Loki as a guy who would have sex with himself. It felt wrong. See, I know he's a narcissist, and I'm okay. I'm also fine with him being bi thing, even though that was just a throwaway line. So they can cut it out when they're showing it in Saudi Arabia. But even that, I was like, fine, whatever. I'm like, if you're gonna make him bi, go all in. I don't mean show it explicitly because kids, but just acknowledge it more than just one throwaway line, which most people can miss.
Yeah.
See,
even putting it in and removing it out, both I feel like is more of a
insult.
Like like a marketing thing.
Yeah, it is a marketing thing. Like, the entire concept of companies, like I keep saying this, companies by design are supposed to be self-centered and evil.
Hmm.
So anyone who says that companies are supposed to be responsible and all that, they don't understand how it works. The companies by design are self-centered and evil. It's up to governments to keep them in check.
Hmm.
So if let's say Disney posts something about, yes, we care about LGBTQ workers. Look at all the LGBTQ workers we hire, and just pull up a random lady, a trans woman, and be like, she is our happy employer. Please say you're happy, or else we will fire you. You get what I mean, right?
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much how it works.
Or even better, get Terry Crews to be like, I like working Amazon.
Ah,
I'm like, he doesn't work at Amazon. What do you mean he likes working? Meanwhile, Amazon employees, I have to piss in a bottle because they'll cut my salary if I don't do that. You know the amount of piss that these guys have pissed inside bottles. Jeff Bezos can start his own defense subdivision called Amazon Dynamics and make white phosphorus bombs.
or biological warfare.
No, not biological warfare. So what happens is human urine contains phosphorus. So if you distill enough of it, you can make
Okay.
you can make a white phosphorus warhead.
My God.
See, all he needs to do, he's fully capable of that. If he realizes he can do that, but like, okay, from now on, I want all my employees to piss in these bottles so I can distill them and make weapons for the US Army. Jeff Bezos,
That
I
would
guess.
probably be more successful than his
What, Twitch?
phallic ship.
Oh,
space rocket.
the dick ships in space.
Yeah.
No, see, think about his dick ships. I don't think it's a business thing. It's more of him just shooting stuff up in space because his wife left him. And that's a cool story on its own. It's allegedly okay. It involves Saudi intelligence, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
It involves like some photo sharing or something.
Yeah, WhatsApp, Apple's crappy security system, and Bezos' dick pics.
Oh,
Oh, you know, okay, so it goes something like this, okay? Bezos was cheating on his wife.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, everyone knew that. Everyone and their mom knew that. Because look at that man. Does he look like he takes his wife out? Nah. So he was cheating on his wife, and I don't know if his wife knew it, or maybe she knew it and she didn't want to believe it. Because she's been with him since the beginning. Yeah, stuff like that hits pretty hard. So he owns the Washington Post. Bezos owns the Washington Post. His buddy from Saudi wanted a certain article from the Washington Post removed because it didn't show him in a good light. This goes into what happened in Turkey, but I'm not going to go into that. So he asked Bezos, remove it. And Bezos says, no bro, freedom of speech and all that. And that guy sends him funny meme video on WhatsApp. And apparently the meme videos are virus developed by Saudi intelligence.
Oh, it's that? I thought it was the flying horse.
No, not the flying horse. That's Pegasus. Pegasus is actually developed by the Israelis, but it's used by more or less every government right now, including countries that are officially not friendly with Israel. But it could be the flying horse, but was this guy says a video. This guy downloaded a video and watches funny cat video. I guess I don't know what he watched. That goes into his phone.
Cat video. Cat video.
It goes into his phone. It attacks at his phone. Goes to his gallery, finds his dick pic, identifies who it's been sent to, and relays the message to the Saudis. The Saudis leak that information. Yeah, look at this monster cheating on his wife. I know it's like the pot calling the kettle black, but whatever. And after they catch him, after they leak it, his wife divorces him because she does. Now she has everything she needs to divorce him. Like she can't deny him saying like, I don't think you need any more proof than his dingling being sent to random people. And that is how the Saudis took out Bezos' marriage. And since that day, he's been shooting dicks into space. And see, even though
he's been shooting all over the place.
Yeah, he's been shooting all over the place. And the funny thing, the sad thing is, he may be the richest man in the world, but he couldn't do jack shit to the Saudis. What's he gonna do? Sue them? Sue them for leaking his dick pics? Be like, Your Honor, they know what my dingaling looks like. Of course, the Saudis will be like, oh, we don't know, we never did this, we never saw it because it's haram for a man to look at a man's dingaling. The Saudis will deny it. Like, we do not do it. We do not know what this man is talking about. But he is a monster for cheating on his wife. That'll be the Saudis. They play their cards well. It kind of like, took out two major tech companies at the moment, because I assume he used an iPhone. Apple security was put into question. No, not you, him. Bezos.
Oh, okay.
He most probably used an iPhone, so Apple's integrity was put into
Yeah,
question.
it was an iPhone. I think it was confirmed to be an iPhone.
So it's like they took two companies with one stone. Like, that was taken out, and then who else was taken out? That Amazon, the CEO of the world's biggest tech company, couldn't afford antivirus. Like, that's the first thing that came up. Not us cheating, all that infidelity, all that. That thing, he was, how do I put? I kinda knew he was doing it, sort of thing. It was kinda understood that he's cheating on his wife.
I see.
Like, everyone kind of knew about it, so that wasn't too much of a thing. It's just that this idiot does not have antivirus on his system. What a noob.
Noob.
What a noob. He owns Twitch. Twitch my ass. He can't even own antivirus. How's he gonna protect Twitch streamers' privacy information? What guy? Like, see, even now he'll shamelessly go to Saudi Arabia, be like, my friend to those guys.
My friend.
My friend, how are you? Please let me invest in your country now. Even though you screwed over my personal life and destroyed my marriage. But it could be argued that they didn't destroy his marriage. They just, they were just the catalyst.
Yeah, it could.
They could argue that.
It
Like,
could very easily be said that would have happened either way.
Okay. Like, one place said that, but they're the guys who pulled the trigger. Bezos gave them a loaded gun. They're the guys who pulled the trigger.
Yep.
See, it's a good thing I'm doing those on YouTube. Just imagine me bitching about Bezos on Twitch. I was like, yes,
See, that would be a power move.
I was like, yeah, Bezos, I'm living in Saudi Arabia. What you gonna do now to me? You know what? I think I should bring MBS on stream, and I should make him bitch about Bezos on stream, and he'll be like, yeah, what are you gonna do now? That'll actually be a power move. Like, what are you gonna do now? Gotta go whine to your wife. Oh, I forgot, you just got divorced. You got divorced. You don't have a wife. Like, it's now, how about billionaires are shameless? Okay, I'm not gonna say there's anything wrong with being a billionaire, but billionaires are shameless. Like, Bezos cheating on a personal thing, whatever moment of weakness, you can argue that. But let's take my favorite lizard man. What's that guy's name? Mark Zuckerberg. You know how much he pandered to the Chinese. It reached a point where Xi Jinping was like creeped out by him. So what happened was, see, Bezos is married to a Chinese American. That has nothing to do with him pandering to China. That's nothing like that. So he
Wait, Musk. Not Musk. We are all getting names wrong.
Zuckerberg, yeah. He married a Chinese.
Bezos.
Sorry, Bezos is not mad. He's going after younger women. It's reached a point where it's kind of becoming creepy.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty. There's cameramen all over the place. They don't really.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like, see him doing it with his
They
girlfriend.
don't really waste time showing what he's going around.
Now, one place says that she's young enough to be his daughter. And that's not the only thing. He's behaving.
Isn't that the case with more than half of them?
Nah, I'd say, the thing is, Bill Gates is, even though he's divorced, I'd say he's not going after young women. The closest thing I saw to him with another woman.
That we know of.
It's not flaunting around with one.
Hmm.
The closest thing I saw to to Bill Gates dating a woman was a British skit of him seeing the Queen. Because she's a widow, he's divorced, they're perfect for each other, they're both old. I saw, it's not an American skit, it's a British skit.
Hmm.
So it's even more better. Him and the Queen go on a blind date.
Yeah, makes sense. The Americans wouldn't really bring the Queen in out of the blue.
Oh, you don't know Americans, do you?
No, I mean they would, but in this context, it doesn't give enough of a punch if it was done.
No, see, Americans making fun of the Queen is pretty dumb. It's like Queen old. That's the joke. But
Yeah.
Americans making fun of the president now. That's some real good shit. That's like they're good at making fun of their leaders, not that.
That's also an interesting pattern, which also goes in line with what we were talking about earlier. People seem to be like exquisitely, extremely good at shitting at like their own.
Yeah, because you know your leaders.
Everybody's good at shitting on their own.
Yeah, like you're good
Your
at
own
making
country,
because
your own governments, your own neighbors.
no, it's because you know the nuances of what they're doing.
Hmm.
Like for example, Brits making fun of Biden isn't as funny as Brits making fun of Boris Johnson.
Hmm. Yeah,
See,
I didn't even understand. I was like, why are you calling him Bojo? Why are you calling him Bojo?
Boris Johnson.
Does that sound rude? Then I realized, oh right, Bojo, Boris Johnson.
Yeah. He's
Literally the guy's name.
that's his name, Boris Johnson.
No,
There's a skit about him having a one night stand with COVID.
With who? COVID.
COVID, like a anthropomorphic virus. He has a one night stand with a virus, and then he sees the kid like, that's not my kid. It's like the virus with his head, like that's not my kid.
One of those fantasy things.
It's a jab at him. You know, he hosted parties during the pandemic. It was a jab at him hosting parties during the pandemic.
Yeah. And that's another thing I don't understand about this. The so-called gate. Why is everything called gate?
Okay, so I think it's called Watergate. That was the first major scandal in the West where Richard Nixon was caught spying on Congress.
Okay.
So that was referred to.
Richard Nixon was spying on. Wait, so where's the water?
So Watergate was a hotel where he did it. I think.
Oh, so that's where the word gate comes from?
That's why they keep slapping on gate everything else. I don't know why
See, that's kind of stupid, don't you think?
Okay, it's part of the Watergate complex, which is a building, and it's a building.
Oh, okay, the actual geographical information.
Yeah, it's a building. So due to that, like gate got associated with scandal.
So it's basically the government's and like government news and journalists' way of saying, yeah, we are hip to, we create slangs too.
No, it's like more how to put it. It's like
And like
no, I would say it's more like what happened was when another scandal came up, they just slapped on gate to it so people can understand the context.
that's because it's kind of weird because when I heard about this party thing first, I was like, oh, party gate, Bojo is being whatever, he is being harassed or he's being
He's being harassed.
questioned about
No, he's the guy who
Partygate.
does
I'm
the
like,
harassing.
what is
You under
what is party gate?
you underestimate his ability. He's the one that does the harassing. You're talking about Boris Johnson after all. He's the Diet Coke to Trump's Coca-Cola and Pepsi Max.
Yeah, that was the first, I think, one of the first jokes
Looks like
about
Trump.
when I saw Boris Johnson like as this new British Prime Minister and stuff. The first things, the way I know like Prime Ministers in West are changing or like leaders or presidents, whatever your designation is, are changing and new ones are coming in West is through memes.
Nah, see,
So
think
the way
about
I got to know is there's a Diet Trump coming up in
UK. No, Marie Le Pen is actually Diet Trump. She lost.
Ah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
she's Trump. She's
I,
female Trump. We have
I,
female
I
Trump.
didn't I didn't really follow it much, but I just the name cracked me up a bit.
Le Pen. It's nothing to do with. It's like I think it's a region or something like that.
No,
But
because no, that's because there's so many memes of like la something something or lay something something.
Le means male, la means female. French for name, not for what do you call that. Common nouns they add la and le to it in the background. So objects in French have
Got
masculine and
it.
feminine attributes associated with them.
Hmm.
And it's actually in a way, yeah, as much as I don't like Macron much, it's a good thing she didn't win.
Yeah, I saw some. I did not follow it at all,
She's like,
but I saw some what headlines about what this person was wanting to do and stuff. I was like, what? Excuse me.
she's like, I may not be a Nazi, but I do not like the Jews. That's like, yeah, sure, lady, sure. And my dad was acquaintances with a couple of Nazis. Meanwhile, this guy hugging them. I'm like, yeah, yes. I know you French like to kiss, but I don't think hugging is part of your culture unless you guys are really good friends. It's like how I put, you know that weird, that now everything bad Putin's done covered. You know that weird video of Putin kissing a kid's belly.
I might remember. I don't recall at the moment.
Okay, so
I have definitely seen it. I just don't remember.
Okay, so it's weird, and accusations of him being a kitty diddler came out because of that. I'm not gonna comment on that because I don't know enough to say anything, but it's definitely not normal. So what happens is Putin's like chilling out in the Red Square. There's a kid over there. He just goes to the kid, pulls the kid's shirt off, kisses the kid's belly, and runs away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see, he accepted. He's like,
Is
yeah, I
this
did
like
it.
recent or more
Old,
older?
older. Not recent. If he did it recently, I'm like, yes, he's lost it. FSB, take him out. Take him to the take him to the farm where all the old dogs go to. Take him to the farm upstate. Like this was old. It was recent. Then he's actually lost it. And the Ukrainians are having fun with it. Like, what? Maybe Putin is a kitty diddler. And to back it up, so one of Putin's former commanding officers, not direct commanding officers, but this guy was pretty high up the KGB chain of command. So this guy claimed that Putin did not get promotions because he was a known kitty diddler. See, maybe this guy is just not trolling, or maybe he isn't. But the thing is, a few weeks after this guy made that statement, he was killed.
The kid died. Okay.
Not the kid. The KGB general died.
The guy who made the accusation. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, of course, Putin. You should laugh it off. You should be like, kill everyone who calls me a kitty diddler. Then you know. You should be like, he's just a bitter old man because now I'm president. He's still a general. No, see, that's the easiest way to win this sort of argument.
Yeah.
Don't kill him. Don't poison him. You're crazy or what? And now they're all bringing it up. They're like, yes, Putin likes to kiss kids. Like, see, the thing is, I don't think Putin's a nice guy, but apart from the belly thing, every other thing he's done seems like a machine trying to act human. Not like a kitty, it's more like he's trying to show compassion, but he's actually bad at it. Like, when you say, every grandpa likes to hug a kid sort of thing.
Yeah.
He tries that, but he just fails at that. Like, okay.
I guess that's why he does the martial arts thing.
Yeah, but he can't, like, he does that to show he's manly. The thing is, he has this complex that he's not a KGB super assassin. He's a pencil pusher.
He's a what?
A pencil pusher, as in he had a desk job. When he was part of the KGB, he wasn't like a super secret. He's not James Bond. He's the guy behind the desk, which is a perfectly respectable job. But he feels
I
inferior
mean,
due to that.
you need those guys for
Those are the guys who actually.
James Bond types.
See, James Bond type is like. See, James Bond type will not exist. I'm sorry to burst many people's
Yeah, I
bubbles here.
mean, for anybody to work in like the field, you need a considerable
Yeah,
human resource,
yeah, you need human
logistics.
intelligence. You need analysts.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm saying James Bond doesn't exist is the amount of money James Bond spends on gambling. I don't think any agent would earn that much money in their lifetime.
There's some countries that don't earn that much money.
James Bond, the amount of public damage he does, that'll make him the worst agent that MI6 has ever had. Like, have you noticed that he causes more than enough public damage that, see, if that happened in real life, let's say a British agent causes public damage to that extent to, let's say, any other country, real life. I'd say UK will, James Bond might actually accidentally start a war.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Casino Royale, the new one, he goes into some other country's embassy and shoots a person.
Oh.
That is an act of war.
Pretty much, yes.
It is an act of war. The Brits send an assassin to murder a man when he runs into the embassy asking for help.
Nice.
I'm like, yes, of course. See, even that part, whatever, lots of shady stuff happened, they cover it up. The thing that I find unbelievable is it gambles more money than most human beings have seen in their life. It's like, it's explained that James Bond is actually independently wealthy, he's just doing this for his country. Which makes sense. And given that even though Ian Fleming will vehemently deny it, this guy's loosely based on a real life spy called Dusko Popov. Who served. He's a rich kid. I think he's Eastern European. Let me check. Which part is he from? Dusko is Serbian. He's a Serbian multi-millionaire who worked as a. He worked as a triple agent.
Oh.
So he was part of the Yugoslav government in exile. He was recruited by the Brits to spy on the Nazis. He was recruited by the Nazis to spy on the Brits, but he actually worked for the Brits.
Nice.
Because he didn't like because he hated the Nazis for taking over his country. So he's like a triple agent.
I mean, he made a lot of money in the process, so that's.
No, he didn't make a lot of money. He's independently wealthy.
He didn't?
No, he didn't make.
But I mean, even then, if you're being paid by like 3 people to do the same thing,
No,
and you're not doing
technically,
it for some of them.
Technically, it's 2 people, but it's like a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money he had.
Got it.
So for him, it's more of ideals than actually, for the money. So James Bond is loosely based on Dusko Popov, and Ian Fleming, when he was part of the naval intelligence, he met Popov. And in reality, I don't think they both got along that well.
I see.
Because Ian Fleming is a by-the-books intelligence officer, and this guy is like, yes, I shall hook up with all the actresses in the city. Fleming is like, no, we have to keep a low profile. This guy is like, yeah, sure, bro, whatever. Now, basically, James Bond. The world's quote-unquote best spy. He's so good that he gives his real name wherever he goes.
Oh, we have a. I'm interested to just for the what do you call it? The CGI scenes. I want to have a look at the CGI scenes. I'm interested in an upcoming Indian spy.
See, thing is, Indian spy mean there was one from my state which was terrible. I didn't even watch it, and it's already terrible because I saw the posters. The one with. Let me just find it. I'll put it in the background. See, if Nuna's watching this, he's gonna have a heart attack. Or he's gonna have a stroke and die. So Nuna, if you're watching this, please don't.
Why? What happened?
It's bad. It's bad. See, I don't use guns. Okay, I'm not a big gun nut, but I know my guns.
Oh, okay, for guns.
I know my guns. Okay, and whoever did this did not know their guns.
Okay,
let me check. Browse. And if Nuna sees this, I feel bad for him because this ain't. You have a shotgun with a sniper scope.
Mm.
A shotgun with a sniper scope is basically every place where it just looks at every place where the projectiles don't hit. I'm like, who does this? Who do you consult? Why does the shotgun have a sniper
No,
scope?
no. See, Koki. See, you didn't understand. That is like super high technology. It's like it's Tony Stark's Jericho missile, but extremely miniaturized.
Oh, no, it's a common
From
shotgun.
that scope, he will look at like 10 people.
I know that
15 kilometers
I know
away,
that
all of
shotgun.
them he will shoot at the same time.
That's an Italian made shotgun. I know that shotgun. Why does it have a sniper scope? It gets better, doesn't it?
Yeah,
In
this is
the-
the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
This
oh,
is the
you
movie
said.
I'm talking about. I want to look at the. Yeah, I was talking about this one only. I was talking about the air combat. I wanted to see the
Oh
air combat.
yeah. So is it the air combat the one where he grabs a guy from Pakistan and then the Pakistani Air Force chases him?
I haven't seen it, so I don't know
I haven't
what
seen it.
actually happened. I've only seen
read
what is there in the trailer.
I just read the synopsis and I'm like, this is bad. This is bad. It gets better. Okay, he has an AK-47 with a
The
sniper
funny
scope.
thing was he's sitting in his no. The funny thing was there were very few technical errors with the CGI scene, which I was able to see in the trailer, involving the air combat, compared to let's say another recent movie called Bhuj. That was an absolute disaster.
See, the key
So
is
there were
compared
very
to.
few technical errors, but the one giant issue is this guy is just chilling in his open shirt and vest in inside a plane cockpit.
Oh, I thought it was a combat. I haven't seen the trailer. I thought it was a combat. All I know is he gets chased by Pakistan Air Force. So I thought it was in a combat helicopter.
No, he's in a Sukhoi 30 MPI.
Oh, you know he's gonna shit his pants, right?
So basically, the trailer ends with after the title of the movie. There's like a 3 second extra scene of the trailer, where there's two F-16s following this guy who is sitting in a Sukhoi 30, and those F-16s are like what 50 feet behind him, and they both fire missiles.
Oh, see, there's 50 feet.
And there's
They'll shoot him beyond
there's
where we're right.
Exactly. There's six. No. So there's a scene before that where they're flying like World War II close to the ground and there's shooting and all that going on. But the physics simulation seemed on point. So I don't have any issue with that.
So
But
the
basically,
40,
the F-16s are I think they had to fit it inside 16 by 9. I think they wanted to fit it inside. That's why they did it. So
No,
there's that. You just see. I've just told you half of it.
no, 4G
The
it gets
other half
worse.
is
4G, that once you
there's like
understand, once you know the
9.
scope pilot is the guy who just grabbed from the streets, like the terrorist is captured, it gets worse.
What?
His radio officer, the guy sitting behind him, is a terrorist he captured. His RCO is a
There's 10.
radar technical
See, what
officer.
I don't understand is if you went into enemy territory and you captured a guy and okay, let's say hypothetically you're going to sit him in number 2 seat on a fighter jet and you're going to fly him back home. How did you get one of the so-called frontline fighters of your Air Force in enemy territory?
Now forget that. Why?
What the fuck?
Oh, first, like if you're gonna do a grab thing, do not do like the best thing is you get like a helicopter, low altitude, to come near the border and pick you up.
Yeah.
No,
The
not
funny
be
thing
like
is, okay, there's a Sukhoi flying towards India. There's two F-16s 50 feet behind it firing missiles. There's 9 Rafales coming straight head on for them. And this guy is chilling in his vest and his open shirt. He verbally orders them to fire. And they
inside
fire
Pakistan,
what is
inside Pakistan,
basically-
fire inside Pakistan.
Yeah, they fire like 9 aircraft, each aircraft firing 2 missiles against 2 enemy planes. And all of those missiles, not a single one is actually a missile. It is a hammer air to ground munition. It's a bomb.
No, the one place you can forget that.
The
Fuji.
graphics, the just the graphics of like the separation of the missile and the missile heading towards the target. It's basically if I put Mentos in Coke and I left it, I dropped it from my hand.
See, thing is, we're talking about guys who I thought adding a sniper scope to a shotgun is a good idea. Or it gets better.
But see, that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing. For all that stupidity, the physics which was followed for those, like, let's say, overall 7 to 10 seconds of flight CGI that they had shown. Yeah, air combat CGI they showed seemed pretty chill and relaxed compared to what we have come up with in the past. It felt much more realistic.
So my take is
being competitive.
My take is just because it's better than other shit doesn't mean it's still not shit. I mean
the aircraft actually did look good also.
No, I mean
like the static design looked.
One place said there are hundreds of movies, Indian movies that could be made. They're really good ones. No need for expensive CGI and things. But the thing I find sad is you have these quote-unquote blockbusters which are shit. Take the spotlight away from more better movies. Like there's a Hindi movie called Wednesday. Yeah. I think you might have seen it.
Yeah. I know. Yep.
See that the budget was, with the exception of the actors, I don't think it would have cost much. Because all of them were like, at least the older ones were all, I'd say the gold standard for back in the day. So apart from the what you pay the actors, I don't think it's that expensive. I mean the entire movie product, but it was a great movie. No fancy CGI, nothing of that sort.
Yeah.
So it's like, but I don't think that movie was considered a blockbuster. Then we have I shall put. By the way, this guy even puts a scope on an AK-47.
The one he just picked off the floor.
No, I don't know if he picked off the floor or is it the incest rifle, which looks like a lot like the AK-47 from a distance, but you do not put a scope on those rifles.
It's in the trailer.
It's not in the trailer, it's in the posters.
I see.
No, you do not put a scope on those rifles. The Russians never put a scope on those rifles because it doesn't logically make sense. The pushback you get from firing that rifle makes the scope obsolete. Because whatever you shoot, it's not going to shoot directly at what you're pointing at through the scope.
Yeah.
That's why you never seen AK-47 with a laser pointer or a sniper scope or anything of the sort.
They do come with, some of them do come with, like, they get equipped with laser pointers.
No, that's not AK-47. That's one of the more advanced versions.
Oh, the 203 or something.
Yeah. The AK-47, AK-57, which is the Chinese version of AK-47, and the Incest rifle, which is the Indian version of AK-47. They don't come with scope or.
There's a Chinese AK-47.
It's called AK-57.
Chinese AK-47.
No, it's a Chinese adaptation of that. It's like India's adaptation is the Incest rifle. So every Asian country has their own version of AK-47. Which I personally think AK-47 is an overrated rifle. Might have been good back in the day, but us using it now is like us using World War II stuff. I'm like, there are better Russian rifles if you want Russian rifles, even though I'm not a big fan of Russian rifles. You get what I mean, right? There are better rifles than.
Yeah.
In fact, even the Russians don't use AK.
Much better updated stuff.
The Russians are only using AK-47 because they ran out of the good stuff. As you do when you invade your neighbor. But my point is, AK-47 isn't as much as they hype it off to me.
Got it. Yeah.
And it's designed to be easy to use. It's designed so kids can use it. It was designed not for competent militaries to use it, rather for the revolution to spread. So what the Soviets used to do is they used to distribute it among communist insurgencies around the world.
Got it. Got it.
That's its primary
Oh,
focus.
that's why it has the sturdy but useless functioning model.
So it's like, so a kid can use it,
So
and
sturdy gun, but it yeah, you're not it's not, how do you put it?
it's
It's not
not.
accurate.
It's designed for people who don't know how to aim.
Hmm.
It's like you give it to like a 10-year-old who's who's probably who's a child soldier.
It's like a slightly more accurate shotgun.
No, see, no, shotgun is not that rapid fire, much rapid fire. Unless you take that abomination that the Italians created. So the Italians created, no, so the Italians created a shotgun which doubles as a machine gun.
What? Yo!
No, it didn't work out well.
Um,
It's like a pea shooter.
oh, imagine imagine an automatic shotgun.
No,
My
there's a
God.
reason that that automatic shotguns do not exist. That the barrel gets spoiled.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, that is, I guess, that is the same limitation. Maybe because of different things that happen within the barrel, but this is the same reason why it's really hard to get what do you call it?
automatic sniper.
Railguns working.
Rail guns, yeah, that and the amount of energy required.
Yeah.
Like rail guns, like if you find a way, if you get the resources, rail guns are actually pretty useful. And if battery technology improves
Right
drastically,
now, I think other than the energy limitation, the other main thing is the
resources,
finding suitable material to like
yeah, due to friction, a lot of it is ruined.
like material that will be able to handle the
The
use.
friction. It's like how I put it. Like I don't think.
I'd seen like in some exhibition or something. I don't remember, but it was like more like a test model, but they had made a mostly plastic railgun somewhere in India.
Like we have concepts of railgun, but the issue with railguns is the energy. Like,
Yeah.
see, we have the technology to make a railgun,
Mm.
but we won't make a railgun because the energy associated with it is too large.
Mm.
And like
Or we could go we could go like game routes like Ace Combat or something. Not exactly Ace Combat, but
Ace
like we
Com-
could go like the game route and have like the large gigantic artillery guns that can fire hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and each gun is powered by one nuclear reactor.
Ace Combat, they never mentioned what it's powered by. It's just,
See,
it's
I'm sure it's powered by because
no, it's not powered by
practically
nuclear.
I feel like you could power something that large by a nuclear
You
plant
you
specifically
can,
powered.
but the conversion factor becomes a pain.
Mm.
Like, I see, they can and they do. That's why that's why the only place where you find railguns are massive ships, in the U.S. Navy,
Uh,
like nuclear pouch ships.
Wait, we have?
No, not us. The Americans have.
Yeah, but they have?
They have. Experimental stage, early stage experiment.
Yeah, experimental stage. Yeah.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah,
it's still
I
equipped
think
in.
we have not really come around any
It's still like if
information.
push comes to shove, they can use it. It's equipped on certain I call that certain destroyers associated with aircraft carrier strike groups. They don't use it, but if required, they'll use it.
Mm.
But
See, Chad Koki works with Agent Smith from Sector 7 from Transformers.
no, I don't work with
She
him.
knows there's a destroyer. She knows there's a destroyer with a railgun in
Okay.
somewhere in the what is it, Red Sea?
No, was it the Red Sea? I thought it was the Mediterranean Sea.
I think it was sorry, it was the Mediterranean Sea.
No,
Yeah.
was it the Arabian Gulf? Which fleet did they say? Depends on the
No,
fleet.
it was the Mediterranean Sea because it was with a large carrier group and
No, there's another.
they showed it being close enough to the pyramids.
Now, what
So it was in the
no,
Mediterranean.
the reason I'm saying is there's a carrier strike group in the Persian Gulf. A really famous carrier strike group in the Persian Gulf. That's why I was. Like,
This one, I'm pretty sure it said Mediterranean.
okay, but that might be the
It
Mediterranean
was
strike
like,
group.
you can't have a proper carrier group in the Red Sea. It's quite narrow.
Fuji, we're talking about
You
Transformers, okay?
could, but yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're talking about Transformers. Don't take it too seriously, okay? See, Michael.
Yeah.
Have you seen how F-35s behave in Transformers? No, F-22s behave in Transformers.
I see that is one thing where we can compare
Yes, combat.
American like cinema aerial combat to what is in this upcoming Indian movie.
See, the upcoming
Why?
Fuji, for the upcoming.
Even let's say Transformers. Transformers. There's what was it? Was
Top
it
one.
Batman versus Superman? Or was it just
No, not this.
Justice League? Or one of those.
No, see, Justice League it
One
doesn't
of those
count.
also have.
And Justice League doesn't count because it's a fictional aircraft
Doesn't
owned by
count.
Batman.
No, not his aircraft. I think it was in Superman where there's Superman species. Other people had come and they had these two giant
okay,
monsters.
you call Man of Steel.
Yeah, okay. In that one, there were F-35s escorting
Yeah,
a cargo
F-35s,
plane
F-35s.
with a giant bomb.
Yeah.
So yeah, that movie, Transformers. One thing, even in Godzilla.
Thank God.
Why is a fifth generation stealth fighter, which is supposed to be some 400 kilometers away from me while it is trying to shoot me, is at dogfight distance, World War II, World War One dogfight distance?
That's the same reason Ace Combat doesn't have beyond visual range. It's due to the lack of the thing that ticked me off in this movie is his radar control officer is the terrorist he picked up. That's the thing. I'm like, he can kill you, right? He can just kill.
Technically, yeah. He could kill you if he knew how to drop bombs. He could drop whatever
No, he
munitions you're playing as.
No, he can actually override you if he knows how to handle this.
But
He
I
can-
mean, yeah. Then again, you wouldn't expect a street terrorist to have that kind of training.
this guy's like what called the high up in the elite or something like that. I mean fictional elite, not the real one.
Yeah, fictional.
I'm like, yeah. See,
See, but
if
still, even fictional terrorists, I don't see any terrorists being given Air Force training.
I mean, this is a world where ISI field agent knows how to fly no, not ISI. RNAW field agent knows how to fly an Sukhoi 30. You know how long it takes for you to learn how to fly an aircraft, right?
Yeah.
And this guy's like, yeah,
When
just
you go into aircraft academy, it takes like at least up till 5 years till you are a beginner in whatever aircraft you get to be in.
not
as
just
an operations
see.
pilot.
I'm thinking it's not like a cheesy movie like True Lies. Have you seen True Lies?
I have, yes.
Have you
Was
seen
it
the
the-
Have you seen the
was it
Harrier
Puppy Soda?
scene?
Have I seen what?
The Harrier scene.
I don't
Schwarzenegger just flies
remember.
off a Harrier.
Wait, wasn't it like there's a guy hanging off of the missile of the Harrier?
Yeah. That one.
Yes.
It is one of the greatest movies.
Then there's this thing. What almost very similar sequence, not same obviously. I enjoyed the movie as a evening popcorn time,
Okay.
passing the time movie. I
Okay.
forgot the name. Die Hard, the one where this guy's bald and like it's the grin.
You mean the one with the one with the hacker?
Yeah, the one with the hacker.
Okay,
Even there was an F-35. Like there's an F-35 sitting 50 feet away trying to shoot at a trailer truck.
see, that was given the situation, it made sense.
No, but the F-35 doesn't have to go that low.
No, I
You could
mean,
have a
I mean that
helicopter
when I say given that, see, it is beyond visual range, but it's more of an intimidation tactic than actually firing. That was the plan.
You and How would
It's a shit.
so-called,
It's a shit plan.
what was it like
I'm not protecting the plan. It's a shit plan, but it actually, I mean, logically it makes sense.
Yeah, the only thing I would say good about that is I like the door, like visually. Obviously, there might be a difference in practical usage, but visually, I liked the vertical takeoff landing door mechanisms in the original. I think the original F-35, which was shown in the movie.
I think it's F-35B that was
In
shown.
at least
It's
in
B.
Die Hard, I remember it was
Now Die Hard, I think it's B.
the door mechanisms were different.
It's slightly different, but
But
in
no,
a,
see, that's the thing. In B, I'm talking about the B model only because I think yeah, only the
oh,
B
sorry,
model has
no, sorry,
VTOL.
not B, not B. C. VTOL, no, C is VTOL, right? Or is it B?
B is
Oh
VTOL.
yeah, it was
I
B.
know B is VTOL. I've made the model of B.
Okay, then it's
B
B.
is VTOL. C is carrier. A is Air Force.
So
So the
it's
B
B.
version has like it has like a flap. It basically has a toilet seat door now.
Yeah,
And if you open it, it looks like a white toilet seat only.
yeah,
It used
that's
to
it.
be one of those cool side folding doors like the F-22's weapons bay doors.
Yeah, I'd say they have the reasons.
And that was shown in that was how it was modeled in the movie. That I personally feel visually that looked much
Yeah,
better than
visually
the
it looks
toilet
better,
seat.
but functionality wise, I won't
Practically,
say.
I'm sure they might have been a lot of issues.
No, it's like how I put Die Hard was the only
Cabin,
one which
lot of nuts and bolts where a lot of air is going to go in.
no, the only complaint that you can have about Die Hard is why isn't the pilot questioning his orders?
Yeah,
He gets like the
that too.
he gets
Yeah.
like the shittest orders. He's like, yeah, no problem, whatever. I don't get paid
Yeah.
enough to question this. That's like the only complaint that I had. I'm like,
You're flying an F-35 over where? Let's say you're flying an F-35 in Washington or in
I
above
think
Manhattan.
I think it's New York. When
Suddenly, I'm not sure. But you suddenly you get orders. Yeah, you know that interstate highway. Yeah, go under it. There's a truck. Yeah, go shoot at it.
He's like, yeah, sure, whatever. But Die Hard as a franchise, I'll say after three
How
kind.
amazingly easy it was for that aircraft to acquire a truck traveling under a bridge in a city.
The thing is, however, it's like the truck was already ID'd for them.
I mean, yeah, but the aircraft doesn't have that kind of tech to look at a truck. I mean, maybe out in a conflict zone, but in a city with like covered with huge skyscrapers.
It's like how I put it, it's not New York City. It's like upstate New York. So
It's is it their way of saying we used data link?
and how I put it was like from what I can remember, the com was
The
hacked.
only way I can see them trying to justify is them saying we knew where the truck was. We were able to track the truck separately, and we passed on the
Yeah,
information to the
that's how they do
plane
it.
through data link.
That's how they do it in the movie. Or that's how the bad guys do it in the movie because the pilot gets orders from the bad guys without knowing it's the bad guys.
Imagine the company has still not ironed out all the software issues after so many years, and they were able to seamlessly transfer data.
Thing about the Die Hard is the latest movies. It was supposed to be a warning about cyber attacks, but it came out as a parody of that.
Yeah.
See, it's a good watch. Okay,
It is like a fun. Yeah, it is a fun.
It's not as good as the first three
semi-vacation
movies,
kind
but
of a watch with popcorn or something.
it's not as good as the first three movies, but still it's not bad. Like the first three, in my personal
Yeah, the
opinion,
one
were
where he's in the which is the one where he's inside the building. He has a police officer friend outside,
that's the first one.
and basically in the end, the bad guy like Russia, he falls on the ground.
That's the first one.
That's the first one. Hey, that was really good.
The first one was good. The second one is the
That
aircraft.
was a fun watch. Second one is aircraft? No,
Yes.
there was a one in between where he still had hair and
No, that's the
it was
second
in
one.
the snow.
That's the second one.
Yeah, so the aircraft is the third one, I think.
Third one was third one's
Because
basic.
by the time the F-35 was there,
No,
it was quite recent.
F-35 was
Comparatively, it
fourth.
was quite recent.
F-35 was the fourth one.
Yeah, F-35 was fourth. Okay. F-35 was fourth.
Third
Got it.
one is the aircraft hijacking. But for some reason, his wife's on the aircraft with him. His wife is on the aircraft.
Hmm.
The third one
First
was
one was in a building. Second was in a snow. Third was in an
third one was basically New York City as a whole. You have a crazy German guy who like was based. It's like wait a minute. Holy shit! The Batman knocked off the Die Hard 3. You have the Batman, the one that came out, Batman 2022, was a knockoff of Die Hard 3.
Huh?
So think about it. You have a bad guy who
Two things. One, I have not seen the new Batman.
Haven't seen it either. I just know the concept.
What is called an epiphany?
I say all I know is that a concept. You have a guy who leaves riddles in his crime scenes, which leads to his next crime scene. That is That is Die Hard 3.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and he develops some sort of obsession with the cop that's a cop slash detective slash whatever that's assigned to him.
Nice.
The only difference is
So basically, the bad guys in Die Hard 3 and Batman are yanderes.
and the Sundares, okay, the Sundares. It's not like I like you, I think. Okay, the one in Batman is technically Andre. The one in Die Hard 3 is a Sundari. Like, it's not like I like you or anything. That's when you meet some. It's like, not like I like you or anything. Not like I like you or anything, Park. That's I would like to see the Japanese dub. I would love to see the Japanese dub.
Oh my goodness.
It's not like I like.
I'm sure there's the meme dub is already there.
No, I doubt it because this movie is kind of niche these days. Die Hard 3. And by the fifth
you will be surprised how like the movies we wouldn't think get reception in Japan get a lot of reception.
I have a feeling the first one wouldn't get a good reception in Japan because it involves a Japanese businessman being murdered. Like that's like the first 15 minutes he gets murdered. He's like the CEO of the company. Like yes, I'm the CEO of the company. Like then they take him to the back and shoot him.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit, I feel bad for this guy. And thanks to him, the population of Japan has increased by 20%. And you kill him off. He has like how many kids in the movie? He has like 5 kids. Which is like the most unbelievable thing.
Wait, what? Oh, right, yeah.
I'm like, no, this guy ain't Japanese.
My goodness.
A true Japanese will have like half a kid. Not even one kid, half. Because his work will make sure he doesn't have kids. But it's
no, see that I fully understood. Half a kid.
I mean, half meaning he'll be like, I will donate my sperm bank for the kid.
I'm just imagining like physically half a kid.
A tiny kid could be considered half a kid.
I mean, yeah, in India, that's what tiny kids are basically called.
Half kid? Really, I didn't know that.
You don't know half ticket?
Oh, half ticket. Okay, half ticket is different. Half ticket is even present. Half ticket is present internationally.
Internationally?
Yeah. So when you buy an aircraft ticket for a kid about I think 8 or something, it's half ticket.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure that's where it came from.
Oh, you mean the slang? You mean the slang?
Normally, people calling kids half ticket.
Yeah. It's not that common over here.
Yeah. I guess it's more in the wherever there's Hindi speaking region.
No, it's different regions. Like over here, it's not that common. Calling kid half ticket is not that common. In fact, calling a kid anything that's disrespectful is not that common. It's seen as.
I mean, my knowledge is pretty dated. So
it's like how there's different cultures. Over here, saying you dislike kids is seen as one of the biggest taboos. Like if I say yes, kids are fucking stupid. That
Yeah,
little
here you
chocolate
can
that
say that as long as you're not directly in front of the kid.
no, you can't say that in front of the kid's parents. You're not supposed to say that in front of the kid's grandparents. Basically, anyone who has any links to a kid, you can't say it in front of them.
Yeah, pretty much, pretty much.
And how to put it, it's not socially acceptable to not like kids over here.
Hmm.
Me, like,
See,
see,
that's the thing. That depends on the social bracket.
I mean,
If
for
if you're within like people of similar age and environment as you, it'll probably much be much more of a yeah, I shit on kids too.
no, I mean, like, see, when I talk to my sister, we both shit on kids. That's different. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, exactly. See, that's what I was talking about.
but one thing I say that that's socially acceptable for us to like tell our parents we hate kids, even though I tell my parents that.
Oh yeah, that even though I don't explicitly hate kids, it's a more case by case basis.
I'm not particularly fond of kids, and my parents are aware of that.
Yeah. Mm.
Like, unless it's a kid that's either my blood or my one of my siblings, like one of my children or my siblings, I'm not really fond of kids.
Oh yeah, like that? Yes, definitely.
Which is kind of ironic because I used to be a teaching assistant in the school. The kid, but surprisingly, the kids were angels. Okay, I'll tell you that much. The kids were angels.
Hmm.
It was a preschool. We had Filipino kids, we had Indian
See,
kids, we had Pakistan.
any kid not related to you, or even if related to you, if you have not interacted with them much, if you have don't if you have not heard much about them by your family or whatever, first order of business is if you're approaching the kid, approach with utmost caution.
Oh, I was gonna bite your finger off.
Always that they're going to be little devils. Yes, pretty much.
Nah, see, thing is, one thing I noticed is like compared to my school, a CBSE school, you know that entire Teachers Day bullshit. Nehru's biggest crime against humanity, creating Teachers Day, a Children's Day. Why not teacher? Was a Children's Day's office, Teachers Day. Who created Teachers Day? Was it Dr. Radhakrishnan?
I don't know actually.
Because Teachers Day they have
Isn't that stuff international?
No, Teachers Day is not international.
Oh, like teachers don't have a Teachers Day outside?
No, they have a Teachers Day outside, but it's not as popular as over here. It's
It's a different day. Oh, and it's not as popular.
It's like they have lots of days called Teachers Day. The one that we have is I think the one that we have is considered more. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. The one that we have is considered more prestigious than the one that the West has.
Ah.
Like
See, I remember Teachers Day as a crap day where I had to go
babysit the kids, right?
Class full of. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. So the thing is, Teachers Day, the kids that I handled, they were monsters. Because they came from rich families and they were like, my daddy can pay off that shit sort of thing. If I'm yeah. Meanwhile, the kids I babysit, like the kids I had to take care of as part of a job, they were extremely decent. But the thing is, Harper, over here as a person of authority, unless the kid's parents, insulting the kid, like screaming at the kid is now considered inappropriate.
I see.
It's like if you call
I mean, screaming exactly, or even being like stern or assertive or something.
Still, like how to put it, if a kid beats up another kid, okay, and you call the kid's parents over as a person of authority or a teacher or something, the parents start.
Sorry.
Yeah, what happened?
I was just pacing in my room, and while we were talking about all this, my dad just hands me some new fancy Colgate box.
Oh yes, okay. I send your thanks to your dad for making me slightly richer today. Because I bought Colgate stock and
Yeah, sure. Nice. The cover looks interesting. It looks like a ring light cover rather than a toothpaste cover.
Maybe that's how Colgate made lots of money. So the entire thing about when a parent gets called and the kid's behavior is brought up, they don't take it nicely, for lack of better words.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're
That
like
is
my
how it has been
they're like my kid's an angel.
for a very long time.
You're the bad one. I'm like your kid's a psychopath. He stabbed someone's eyes out. What do you
Oh
mean
my goodness.
oh, he really stabbed another person's eyes out? What do you mean he's an angel? Like my kid would never do that. Those are all lies.
This Colgate box has better packing than an iPhone.
And that is why they're making more money than an iPhone than Apple in India.
What? My goodness. It's like the when you buy a phone and there's like separate the paper folding
Yeah,
storage for like separate space, indentation for charger, separate indentation for earphones and stuff like that.
yeah,
So, and the thing slides like it's fancy, like a sliding open coffin.
yeah.
It slides open. There's a like a slim toned version of Colgate,
Oh, nice.
the toothpaste, and it's in an indentation.
Oh, nice.
Damn, rich these people, they're posh Colgate.
They know what they're doing.
I need to go and ask my dad why did suddenly he buy this.
Now he saw it. He's like, this looks cool. I'll buy it. It's like see when you go to Amazon, when you're going on Amazon, browsing around Amazon, you find something that's too. Even though you know you don't need it, and you know for a fact that you won't use it, you buy it. Like for example, I got myself a tiny little pouch that I know for a fact I won't use it,
Mm.
but it looks so good I wanted to buy it, and it's like why well, it's multicam, it's unlicensed multicam.
Unlicensed what?
Multicam is the camouflage pattern used by many Western special
Oh,
forces.
got it.
The Woodland one, the Woodland multi-terrain thing that they use. I got myself a tiny bag, which my phone won't fit in because it's too small. I can't carry it around because it's a bit too big for me to carry it around.
Got it.
But I bought it either way, and I just keep my gardening tools in it now.
Nice.
It's like maybe that's the same thing. Your dad's always like, I may not need it, but this looks cool.
Yeah, I guess.
And in a way, I kind of feel bad I didn't buy Twitter stock earlier.
Twitter what?
A stock because Elon Musk would have paid me something.
Mm.
I mean, Elon alone, you can take 1% of, you can take like 0.00001% of Twitter. I'll give you stock. I mean, he was giving a reasonable deal.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Musk, I'm not into businesses, billionaires taking over multiple companies, but I'd say the way that certain people are treating him seems unfair.
Mm.
They make him sound like the Antichrist.
Mm.
Like, sure, I'm against big businesses taking over, but he's not the Antichrist. Like, everyone makes it seem like once he takes over Twitter, everything's gonna go away.
Everything's gonna go away as in bad or good?
Everything, like, see, his fans are like, Elon comes and then, it's like the second coming of Christ. That's his fans. They're like, he's gonna come, he's gonna get rid of the maps and the libs and everything's gonna be fine.
I would personally be very subtly grateful if the bots go away.
I think the bots, actually he says he's gonna take care of it, but the problem with the bots is it's easier said than done.
Mm.
And I'd say, and like Musk, I think the best thing with Musk and him would be the status quo.
Mm.
Because like his fans make it seem like he is the second coming of Christ. Twitter will be cleaned. Everything will be. He's a chosen one. His detractors are like, he will destroy Twitter. I'm like, I always. The thing is, just because you disagree with a person doesn't mean they're a bad person.
Yeah.
They make it seem like he's Bin Laden or something like that. He's gonna destroy, like, for example, the people who are like, this is the last day I can tweet as a free person. I'm like, no, he's not gonna do shit.
What?
He's not gonna do shit. What do you mean? Is the last day you have freedom of expression? He ain't gonna do shit. It's not like Twitter's known for its freedom of expression.
Yeah, true.
I mean, sure, I see Elon Musk as a narcissistic man child, but you know he doesn't deserve this.
And like with the hate.
I mean, the hate.
Yeah, and see, as long as the person getting it doesn't care, I wouldn't really care. If it isn't getting to it, then fine.
And what makes you think it's not getting to him? For all we know, he's like planning. He's like, you know. So think about Twitter is like I was telling Oracles this. I wouldn't be surprised if Twitter is actually a NSA surveillance program. Think about it, okay? We have a system which you know we have this tag your friends. What do you call that? What do you call that? Tag your friends tweets, where I list out stuff about me, then you list out stuff about yourself. All you need is a simple algorithm which creates a data saying tagging followed by something. Keyword tagging, filter that data, create profiles associated with each person being tagged and them using it. And now you have a free profile generator. Anyone you want, you can generate a profile about them. Is it 100%?
You do know you're giving ideas, right?
They've already done it. I know they've already done. That's why
I'm pretty sure this is easy to do. So anybody independent could also do this.
I've already mentioned this before on stream, so it's fine. But don't do this at home, kids, because it's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's just called being a dick.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anything useful or worthwhile out of it.
The girl that sits opposite you in class ain't gonna like you if you do this, okay? She's not gonna be impressed. Trust me, I know guys who've done stuff like this to impress a girl.
What, hacking?
Yeah.
To impress a girl?
Yeah. You go to engineering
because girls love tech stuff. Right?
No, it's not about girls love tech stuff. The girls like bad boys.
I mean, in that particular scenario, a girl is gonna love you sitting in front of a computer. I mean,
no, it's not about sitting in front of a computer. It's like girls like criminals. I think. That's actually an urban legend.
That's criminal. No. Sitting in front of a computer and hacking to impress a girl is that's your standard for criminals.
See, that's what some people see us. They're like, yes, I'm a bad boy. I hacked.
These guys are. I mean, look, there is some types of hacking which might be cool. This particularly not really.
No, see, because there's surveillance. No one likes surveillance.
Yeah.
I'd say, to be honest, most types of hacking, not the best thing. Let the professionals handle it. Because most cases, what they do is they cause more harm than they do. They'll be like, yes, I'm liberating the world or some shit, and they cause more harm than actually happens.
Yeah, they accidentally shut down the electricity supply to them.
No. Worse, they get arrested by local police. They're like, I want to save the world, blah blah blah. Pollution. The local police is just gonna bust through the door. Not the FBI. I'm just talking about local police. Like your local beat cop's gonna come over and be like, "Is he at home?
Is he at home?
Is he at home?" And he's like, yes, he's upstairs playing some video games.
They come and sit in the main living room.
They'll be drinking tea.
Yeah, auntie. They're drinking tea.
They will like.
One of the cops will like, no, I don't want tea.
Just a glass of water should be fine. That's like every local cop when they visit your house. A glass of tea should be fine. A glass of water should be fine. So how are the wife and kids? Because the local cops, right? They know each other. So kids, hacking isn't cool, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, when I say hacking, I mean black hat hacking, as in illegal stuff. It ain't cool, okay? It may seem cool, but it isn't cool.
And the hacking, I remember I had seen some sort of a video about some like a professional talking about it, explaining it to some podcaster or somebody on YouTube
Okay.
how things work. And one of the stories he was saying was like they were hired at some point of time by the government to look into some stuff.
Okay.
And they found out that there were some hackers who had got into like archives
Okay.
or something like that, some massive data
Okay, it's a data
storage
breach. Okay.
system. Yeah, there's a database. Now the funny thing is the hackers got in, but they couldn't get anything out because of the internet speed was so terrible. The basic internet connection speed was so terrible they couldn't get anything out.
See, that's one thing. Another thing is, the programming is so bad that the architecture of the server you're attacking is so bad that you could get stuck in there.
Yeah.
And the black screen of hacking does not exist. That black screen with the loading icon and all that does not exist. That's just an urban myth. Like in every hacking mode there'll be this black screen, then there'll be this timer and stuff like that. That does not exist. That is just an urban legend that people have done to make it look cool.
Yeah.
So hacking is like right now I'd say hacking is kind of become overrated. It's more of collecting people's data, and you can do that by just putting up a poll anywhere you want. Put up a poll. Put up, let's say, a Twitter poll or a Facebook poll, and you got data.
Yeah.
See, sure, people be like, they're illegally taking my data. The truth is, they're not illegally taking your data. Whatever they're taking is perfectly legal.
You're pretty much telling them.
Yeah, because the moment you tick in the box saying that yes, you can use my data for marketing purposes, that's it. They have access to your data.
Yeah, and see that's the another so into a tangent. That's one interesting thing about all these Twitter. There's those check what is your position or something like that. Those posts where we what there's people check their anime crushes or something like that.
Yeah.
I read it. It literally it spells it out for you. I had questioned somebody
it'll be there in the end user agreement.
Yeah, no, it's before you, and this is more upfront and open with you about what is going to happen, and before you actually authorize it. Then let's say a normal app on Google or something. It literally it's an entire page that is bullet points, very bold and like big fonts. It can see tweets from your timeline, included protected ones. It can see your profile information as well as your settings. It can see the same for accounts you follow, mute, or block. It can follow and unfollow for you. It can update your profile and account setting. It can post and delete tweets for you, engage with tweets for you, create, manage, and delete lists. So I'm handing over my entire Twitter to somebody else.
So the key to that is simple. Like how the key to using it is actually pretty simple. What you do is you do the poll, and before it even accesses a thing, deny access. It's not like I'm advising it. I'm just stating that if you ever do it, this is how you have to handle it.
No, those things actually require you to authorize before you can do the.
No, I mean like after you authorize it, you have to deny authorization.
Okay.
That's the key. It's sad, but I think it's kind of lost its charm now. Before, everyone was doing it.
Yeah.
I think people are finally caught up to, it being. Now, the funny thing is, the accounts it makes you follow, they all happen to be crypto accounts. It's like, yes, I sell NFTs. I love NFTs. Please buy NFTs. Oh yeah, talking about NFTs, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, the ugly ass monkeys NFT.
Mhm.
It got hacked.
Oh,
The server got hacked and someone stole a shit ton of ugly ass monkeys.
nice.
And they're selling it themselves. They're like, yes, you can buy ugly ass monkeys from me. I sell at cheaper cost.
Very-
I'm like, yes, who wants ugly ass monkeys? I can draw ugly ass monkeys.
What is even the point of that?
We live in a society, Fuji. We live in a society. We live in a society where an ugly ass monkey has more value than a human being. And I mean, a code associated with a picture of an ugly ass monkey has more value than a human being. Think about it. Like, how much is a Bored Ape Yacht Club? Let me check. Bored Ape. Let me take a look. I'm going to their website. Enter. Yeah, I want to see the monkeys. Screw this. I want to see the monkeys. There's it on gallery. Background. Okay, Bored Ape 1. Is this for sale?
Okay.
$87,000.
Wait, what?
Yeah. That ugly ass monkey is $87,000.
Okay, send me. I'll steal it and I'll sell it.
No, I'm doing it myself. There's another one which is a crime against people of Turkish heritage. I'm stealing it right now. It's $377,000 for
Oh my
$337,437.23. Let me put the ugly monkey up. A crime against Turkish people everywhere. This is proof of this is a hate crime. See, I got my own ugly ass NFT. Look at see, I don't know who in their right mind would buy this. It's a crime. Its existence is a crime. I want to see. I want to find the blackface monkey. Did I have a blackface monkey?
Unfortunately, I'm sure there might be.
There might be one, which would be other. Oh yeah, I found Abu from Aladdin on meth. No, not meth. I think this is he's tripping acid. I found it. This one's $379,000. Here we go.
Can't sell screenshots of that for half the price.
I mean, it's not the image that's that's valuable. It's rather the code associated with said image that's valuable.
Like, what is that code gonna do for you once
Nothing.
I bought? Let's say I bought one of these.
It's gonna cause global warming. Okay, I found zombie Soviet monkey.
Interesting.
Come on, where is the? I want to see the racist ones, like the racist one. I want to see the blackface one. Is there a KKK one? That I would buy. I mean, I would take screenshot of. We actually have. Oh, this looks racist. It looks like a. Okay, where is the one? There's so many stoner ones for some reason. Yeah, but then again, you need to smoke a lot of drugs to buy any of this. Most of these monkeys are stoned.
Most of their buyers also are.
No, the buyers are definitely stoned. Here we go. The stoned monkey. It's on screen. This one's $379,000. We have monkey that's either going to Gulag or concentration camp.
Yes. This is pain.
Yeah, I haven't seen Pain yet. I'll show. I found True Pain.
Oh, I'm sure I haven't seen. Oh, nice. Naruto dialogue.
It gets better. Check this one.
Uh,
We actually have. Okay, we have Return to Monkey Monkey. We actually do have Return to Monkey Monkey. It's called number 202.
Oh, you're kidding.
This is $500,000. This is more than $500,000, by the way.
What?
Let me show you Return to Monkey Monkey. No, we've actually, given.
Why? How
Okay, go.
can anybody justify $500,000?
I'll send it to you. See, that's what we're returning to Monkey. Life has come full circle. Oh, hi, Shrav. Shrav's like, what did I miss? Shrav, we're looking at the weirdest stuff we can find online. We're looking at Bored Ape Yacht Club shit.
Yeah, we were discussing weird IRL stuff. Now we jumped into weird
Crypto stuff.
virtual stuff.
Yeah, like my question is, who would buy this shit? Because the latest one on screen, the Return to Monkey Monkey, as I call it, is worth $500,000. More than $500,000. And sale ends on September 20th, 2022.
And who decides the worth, by the way?
The apes that run this, the monkeys that run this. It's what is this? What am I like? This is a dystopian future. Like, if this is currency, I want to go back and time and stop it where they started. It's gonna be like boys with time machines, girls with time machines, VTubers with time machines. They'll be like, no, like, do not invest in monkey bad. VTubers with time machine. There's Vietnam War POW monkey. This one's close to $400,000.
So the images are more like the receipt tag on like a food order I buy.
Yes and no. Because see, think about receipt taggers is unique. The image is basically. Now see, think about this. It's hard to explain to a sane person what an NFT is. It's a code associated with an image which says that you're owner of that image, but that does not mean you're owner of that image. Hi, Shrav.
Howdy.
Hi, Shrav.
Let me just add you as well.
Just wanted to jump in for chills. So you guys talk about NFTs essentially.
Yeah, we were talking about who would buy it.
Yeah, I was failing to understand who in their right mind would pay $500,000 for a monkey.
Yeah.
For an image of
An
a monkey.
image of a monkey.
Image of a monkey, that's the keyword.
An image of a monkey.
See, a real monkey is called animal trafficking. That's a different business.
And see, you can actually get more out of it.
Yeah, you have monkey, and if monkey is pregnant, you have more baby monkeys.
Yeah, there you go.
Isn't there that some special monkey which you can like get it to eat some coffee beans and something?
Oh, that's a civet. That's not a monkey. That's a civet. That's a different
that's
animal.
not a monkey. Okay.
That's it's like a tree raccoon.
Okay.
So that's a different thing. That thing's actually pretty common in our country.
Something like that is more viable.
So the one we talk, the civet is actually pretty common in our country. For you. Down south you can find it.
Yeah.
The thing is, the Bored Apes, like the entire concept of NFT doesn't make sense. Right? The one on screen is $377,000.
The funny thing is that it's on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the screen. If anyone wants to screenshot it, go ahead.
We have it.
We have it. Okay, we have all the monkeys. If you want, we have all the monkeys.
No, don't screenshot it. Pay us $300,000.
No. See, I'm not an asshole. Just DM me. I'll send you the image. Just DM me on Twitter. I'll send you the image.
Uh,
Why are there so many stoned Vietnam War veterans on this?
Because they could never forget.
people or
this.
the images?
The images, the Vietnam War veterans are smarter than buying this.
They can never forget they can never forget the great stock crash of 2020 when Dogecoin almost reached the sun.
Okay, there's a Japanese. Oh god, this is. How is this a thing? I'm just gonna put it down. How is this a thing? Isn't this highest of? Oh yeah, now I understand why this is so cheap. This one's less than what, 1 cent.
Oh, my. We came from 500,000 down to 1 cent.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna buy the 1 cent one because this is. I'm gonna put this in my. This is something you have to keep right next to your Nazi memorabilia.
Oh my goodness.
So, for those who are unaware, the headband that the monkey is wearing is. Oh, sorry, the headband that the monkey is wearing is something worn by Japanese soldiers during World War II before they did a kamikaze attack. And
Where is it?
Oh, it's okay.
where is it? I'm like trying. Where is it? Did I save it in the right file? Yeah, it's here. It's now how do I put?
Yeah.
Wearing that could be considered the same as wearing a Nazi armband in say Germany. Wearing this in say South Korea or China would be the same as wearing this. Wearing it.
Didn't like biker gangs wear this in Japan?
Some in Japan,
Like,
yes.
not
In Japan.
now.
In Japan.
Yeah,
Not
in Japan.
not in South Korea or China, because over there I would say wearing this would be seen as a hate crime
Hmm.
due to the historic context. But my point is, what the like?
Imagine some weeb buys this, wears this, going to Japan, and the connect flight goes to South Korea.
or goes to Hong Kong. He's gonna disappear. He's just gonna disappear. And then they never heard about Toby from Michigan again.
No,
And if
no.
there's
Then
any
you see,
there's-
if he's gonna, if he disappears in Japan, then we have ourselves this thing, Black Lagoon 2.
Season 3, we finally have season 3 of Black Lagoon.
Season 3, right? Sorry, season 3, not season.
Not the OVN. Even though the OVN is cool. So Shrav, have you seen Black Lagoon?
Oh, I've not. I mean, I've heard concept, but never played, never tried it myself.
No, I mean, it's a really good anime. I gotta watch it. It's like
Alright.
it's like if 1980s action movies was an anime.
Fair enough.
Pretty much, yeah.
There's a serial killer rape. There's a twisted love child of a cheetah and a monkey.
Wait, where? Oh, in the NFT. I'm like, where is all this in Black Lagoon?
No, Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon is more reasonable than this. We have an ape that works at McDonald's. I mean, like, why do people buy this? It's not aesthetically appealing either.
Nor
mean,
is
is
it
it-
physically.
I mean, if you look at, let's say, the monkeys, they all look ugly. Like, who wants to buy this?
It's basically the same monkey.
Yes, the same monkey, just color coded. It's the same. I would say it's the same. It's like 3 monkeys. Just the color keeps changing. You change the color, you change the hats, and so on. Okay, I'll take this call. I'll be right back. You guys can continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's right.
Do you know about it much? Because I just my head just gets stuck at the point where it's like, why should I pay money? Why would anybody want to pay money for this? For what is basically a screenshot.
I mean, ye-
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, like, all I can say
And
is like
plus, it's the
NFTs are just
same
real.
monkey.
Yeah, it
What?
really
What
is.
is it?
Like, It really is. It's more or less more of the same. When the whole thing for it is essentially oh, it's the only one of its kind, so that means it has value, that kind of shit. And it's like, oh well.
It's how to, this is pretty weird. It's like buying. Well, in today's time, let's say which is the posh places? Miami? Somewhere there, you buy a Ferrari and you say, yeah, this is a unique acquisition. No, it's not.
Yeah, well,
It's a Ferrari like literally every 2 streets. Uh, the funniest thing was I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw a clip of the new Matrix movie that had come out. I saw a clip of of an interview and the guy. I don't know why these people do this. I don't see the point of bringing in an interview. You don't bring something that has nothing to do with the set topic of the interview. The guy just starts talking about NFTs out of the blue.
I wouldn't be surprised
And
because
immediately, yeah. What were you saying?
what I was gonna say, the NFT thing works by if they can get more people to believe in it, then there's more unique variants.
Yeah, but I mean, tomorrow if I could get people into believing that my plastic throne basically is like 1 in a billion, it's a unique thing, while thousands of them are getting manufactured a single day. I would probably want to, like, if somebody is willing to pay me hundreds of thousands of dollars to get this, yeah, I like it, but I would give it away immediately. I would not do what I would not do would be if somebody else does the same thing. It's a
That's
plastic chair. I'm not gonna buy it for a few $100,000. I'm not gonna buy it for more than 10, 15, $20.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's one of those things that you question why it is. It's kind of like Dogecoin, where technically it's pointless. You know, it's like cryptocurrency and all that stuff. I guess it's more on the fact that basically these things have just started appearing and now giving more of a reason to exist. Good way for me to put that.
Yeah. If you were to do that in a, let's say, in a, maybe if we had a time machine and if it was the same thing was done in a different way, maybe I would be willing to believe in, well, definitely not in NFT, but maybe in crypto I would be willing to believe. The way it is done, it's like
Mm.
there used to be a time like 10, 15 years back where the, who do you call it, door to door when what is that? Door to door vendors used to
Yeah,
be the annoyance. Now these people have taken over as that.
yeah, more or
These
less.
are the door to door vendors now selling those telemarketed.
I need to be
See,
fair.
that's
Yeah.
actually better because it would make for a fun evening trying some weird contraption that you bought off the internet, bought off TV. That's still more fun than this. And hey, as a content creator, you could probably make a video out of it.
Mm. Yeah. But yeah, ultimately, it's one of those weird things that you just kind of have to do. Can't really say much on that, sadly. Oh.
I don't get the point of people like not just now, not just talking about like crypto or NFT, but people going for more and more. And this is not actual people. This is not the masses, but whoever like media pushers and stuff like that. Why are people going more and more for like abstract, baseless like nonsensical things.
Yeah. I guess at this point,
Like,
anything goes. Yeah.
it's like a trend that more and more whatever is abstract and baseless gets pushed around more.
Yeah, more or less. We're just in a really weird world and timeline where basically this is just the normal, and not for the better. Oh, definitely not.
It's basically we are basically living the meme of what was that I forgot. Oh right, yeah. You were too late to was it too late or yeah, you were too late to see the wars. You were born too early to colonize the universe, but you were born just in time to be a weeb or something like that.
Yeah, we were born too early to see these. We were born too early to travel the world, to explore the world, and we're born too young to see the stars.
This is a weird, well, at least online weird. Offline, well, offline the world is, how do I put this? I can't say the world per se, but
Mm.
offline the crazy is much more farther away.
Oh yeah, of course. Like the world, like
You
with the
you have
internet.
distance between you and crazy.
Oh yeah, of course. The world has become way smaller because of the introduction of the internet, and that is not necessarily a good thing. I can tell you that much.
Hmm. Yeah. Yes, there are positives, but there's a tipping point. How long do the pros outweigh the cons?
Mm.
And it starts feeling like the pros are no longer tipping over the cons.
Yeah, more or less. We're just in a weird place in the world right now.
But
But a weird
there's some I think I've seen like many YouTube like those one of those analytical explaining videos, completely different like they're talking about completely different things. One guy is talking about like nuclear reactor civil history. Some other guy is talking about like military aircraft. But everybody seems to talk about this pattern about
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
Earthlings as a species going to crazy and coming back. No, we were just kind of ourselves while shitting on how people are going for abstract stuff. Our topic, I realized, was also getting more and more abstract.
Yeah, but we're not buying monkeys, so there's a difference. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
is it a JPEG
No,
in your?
I was telling Shrav my observation of how people, and not the masses, more like people in whoever who pushes this stuff, media and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
People are going more and more for like abstract and weird and baseless stuff.
Yeah, that's because humans as a species we've lost our purpose.
Hmm.
Ever since the end of the Cold War, we lost our purpose, so we're going after the stupidest things. Like for a human tribe, that's the nickname I've given for a group of humans. To exist, they need an external force to keep them in check, as an external justification for their existence. But you know that lack of, let's say, an external force, in this case for the Americans, the Soviets; for the Russians, it's the Americans. Back when they were Soviets, it's kind of they've kind of lost on what to do.
Hmm.
And for us, it's the Pakistanis. See, despite what people say, the Pakistanis are not as big as a threat as our parents were told.
Hmm.
And so it's like we've reached a point where in human history where it's like the long pause before the next big, big Cold War, for lack of better words.
See, so I guess then that kind of connected two weird dots in my head. Is that why the Pentagon released footage of
Aliens.
yeah, UFO craft footages?
What they
Did
want?
they, did
They want aliens as our enemies.
five brain strategy? No. Five brain strategy of giving humans a new purpose.
What the Pentagon would not do that because they know that. Remember, remember was Storm Area 51. We want to clap them alien chicks. not to fight the aliens. So the Pentagon will not do that because they're scared of what abomination they could create if they do that.
Yeah.
Like, so what we need, let's say, I found the only good looking monkey, like, I mean, reasonable to look at is like less than a cent.
Oh damn! Bluetooth just died off.
That's how you know it's reassuring.
The ugly ones are 500,000, 300,000, and so on.
Why is it the ugly ones are more costly?
That's because, as you said, they're more absurd. So people want the absurd ones. People don't want the ordinary monkey. They want the absurd monkey. They want the cheetah, the twisted love child of a cheetah and a monkey blowing a bubble while wearing an Italian suit.
My goodness.
This is too much for me to handle. I'm not going to look at my NFTs anymore today. It's proof that us as a species need something, or else need something to keep us in check, or we're going to go crazy.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Pretty good. Well, anyway, I guess it's time for me to hit the gym, so I'll see you all around later.
Cool. I'll most probably be online then as well. It's like, how many hours am I been doing this? I'm supposed to do this for at least 6 hours. That's my.
Oh, damn.
It's the.
You're cool.
It's only 4 hours. 2 more. That's it. I might drop off for lunch, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be a long stream.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, cool.
Well,
And
maybe
see you.
if you're there, I'll maybe hop in.
Okay, see you, Fuji. Bye.
See you all. Bye.
How have things been with you?
Oh, this has been going weird. Going weird, going so, but been slowly working on stuff. So yeah, I got that going for me.
That's good to hear. So
Yeah.
the only reason I could stream is I got today off.
Hey,
like
yo, I'm still very happy because I saw you were streaming like Nuna and all that wonderful people. So I was like, huh.
That's only during the weekends.
Fair.
No, weekdays it's like I come back home, I freshen up a bit, get some stuff done, go to bed. See, I'm awake till pretty late, but I've reached a point, you know that thing when you just got back from work and you feel too tired to do anything.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what's been happening. So today I've been like I got today off. It's like for something for working late last week.
Fair.
I'm like, okay, I'll just chill out.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, boss.
Thank you. It's like I'm like, okay, let me do one of those as long as I can stay on stream and stuff.
Hey, I believe in that. That's always a good move.
It's like, what's the worst? Like, I have to drop off for dinner. That's it. Like, I'll just pause the stream, go hop off for like 20 minutes and come back. It's
Hey, no, I get it.
And talking about that, we have to get rid of this ugly monkey. Yeah, it's gone.
Oh yeah,
Good.
of course.
It's
It's
gone.
like I'm also playing video games while chatting with you as well.
It's
It's
fine.
like-
It's fine. Which game?
But yeah. Oh, currently playing TF2. Though I'll
nice.
probably just switch out to another game.
Okay.
It's like, but yeah, like honestly, I think the best thing for me to say about NFTs is that it's another outlet for cash, but not necessarily the best thing out there.
Yeah,
You know where this is going, right?
You're basically calling it a waste of money, which I totally agree with.
Yeah, it's like it's another source of money. It's just kind of like why?
See, think about this is let's take gold, okay, or let's take silver, or let's even take cow shit. They all have an inherent value and practical applications.
I think so. Yeah.
And if you take, let's say even people would be like, cash has no like NFTs are like cryptos like cash, and cash has no value. It's a value given to you by a government. But in a way, the quote unquote value given to you by the government is quite stable. It's basically a trust in, let's say, the US economy, or the Indian economy, or the Canadian economy, and so on.
Yeah.
Which, despite your takes on, let's say, big government or whatever, Like, the existence of a government is more stable than the existence of no government, than the lack of existence of a government. And you have a centralized authority, an elected authority, which, okay, it's not exactly an elected authority. It's more or less overseen by an elected authority, which defines how much money you can print.
I think I get that.
So yeah, the thing is, people will say that NFTs, no, like crypto. I'm gonna stick with Bitcoin for this one. Bitcoin, with the exception of Satoshi Nakamoto, no one can create the increased number of Bitcoin. And the problem is one person or one organization, aka the creator of Bitcoin, could. And I'd argue that that's too much power to give to one single person. Like, let's just say Satoshi wants to be a troll.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Some people, like, once you're rich enough, you can kind of just do anything you want.
Nah, I'd say, what if the entire thing is a social experiment? The entire Bitcoin thing is a social experiment. Because I think Satoshi owns about 60 to 70% of the blockchain.
Oh, there you go.
All he needs to do is start selling his stuff. And the crypto market collapses, because despite everything what people say, like, one's independent than the other, without Bitcoin, none of the others would exist. A total collapse in Bitcoin would result in a total collapse in every other crypto.
No, I can see that.
Or we can always go and go for my favorite theory. Crypto was invented by the U.S. government to keep track of financial transactions. Think about it, okay? The Americans invented the dark web. Like, the US Navy invented the dark web for covert communications behind enemy lines. What's to say that the IRS did not create crypto to keep tracks of illegal financial transactions? Let's say they let most of them loose because you need to camouflage your existence, and catch the higher ones, because it's well known that it's a well known fact that the FBI can track crypto, despite what crypto geeks claim.
I mean, I can't say much. I usually don't keep an eye on these things.
Nah, yeah, like, I've been watching this recently. I've noticed that the FBI can easily track you down based on your crypto transactions.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with the internet. Everything is so linked.
Nah, it's more of these idiots just let loose that that's their wallet, crypto wallet, and based on transactions you can figure out who's who.
Yeah, that's fair. I
It's
understand
not.
that.
It's not as simple as, let's say, this is your bank account and your name's associated with it. More or less based on people's behavior that you can track them down.
It's like,
So,
yeah, I mean,
like my take is, I wouldn't be surprised if the entire thing is done by the US government to keep track of extreme, what do I call that? Sorry, criminal financial activities. And you go after the big ones, but let the little ones go free.
no, I guess I get it. But yeah, yeah, my brain usually doesn't go into this side of stuff. Don't like to think a lot. I think you
Nah,
know
see,
me, right?
that's perfectly understandable, because if you start thinking a lot, I'll be honest, it hurts your head a lot.
Yeah, for me, it's just like, to me, it's just like, oh, well, it's a thing. That's it. People spend their money, whoever. So long as I don't have to do it, I'm all good with it.
Nah, see, if it was just people spending the money, I wouldn't really care much about it. I'll just make fun of them and be done with it.
Yeah.
It's more of, the amount of carbon dioxide produced in crypto mining, and
Oh yeah, of course.
the artificial inflation of what's the graphics cards due to crypto mining.
Yeah, I think that's the only unfortunate thing. Because to be fair though, technically it's free money without the need to work. You can leave your computer to mine. At the same time,
And
kinda
not
good for
see,
anything.
not exactly, because the thing about the mining processes, you have to pay your electricity bills. In certain
Yeah,
cases,
exactly.
it's more, the electricity bill exceeds any profit you can make by through crypto mining.
It's like, regardless of
It's just like, whoa, you solve a hyper complicated maths equation, you get a token in return. That's it. I've seen the comparison to it with fine art, but I see. Think about the Mona Lisa. There's only one Mona Lisa.
That's true.
I'm sure you can take pictures of it, or you can make copies of it. But in the end, there's only one Mona Lisa.
Hmm.
And when it comes to the Bored Apes, there's a shit ton of them, and you can and it's a copy and paste.
Yeah. I guess because it's randomly generated, that's why people are into that.
I'd say it's external marketing.
Yeah, it probably is.
Like whoever came up with this, I'd say they're external marketing. It's as simple as that.
Hmm.
And it's not just this. Another thing is since the crypto as a concept has no oversight. Like they believe in deregulation, no government oversight, and all that good stuff. If you get scammed, in doing crypto trades, ain't no one gonna help you.
Yeah, that's true. That's something you can't avoid, I think, especially now. We're kind of a bit too far into the rabbit hole for this one.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bubble that's gonna burst sooner or later.
Yeah, it's a fad. It's eventually gonna happen.
Nah, man, it does. It ain't the rich kids who are gonna get, Ain't the rich guys who are gonna get, it's gonna be the average people who fell into this rat race.
Hmm.
It's like, I don't know, it's like explaining how NFTs work to an ordinary person is tough. It's like people because like say even logically, when I talk about NFTs, it always crosses my mind. Why can't I just screenshot this?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have that same idea. We're currently at the point where we're just thinking this is absolutely stupid,
Just screenshot it and that's it.
Yeah.
And it gets worse when what they kind of do is they start using other artists' works without their permission. Which is for all intents and purposes a dick move.
Yeah, it usually is.
Like you take other artists' work without their explicit permission, that's called being a dick.
Yeah, that's kind of just standard.
And for see what happens is that artist sells original image and these guys sell a code associated with that image. It's not like you own that message because that image is still owned by that artist's impression.
Hmm.
Which in turn causes it's like rocks. Okay, it's like rocks. I can't even take rocks. It's like I see the thing about NFTs, there's no historic comparison to anything that's happened.
Well, I guess can't really think of anything like that. Because of the internet is the most the internet has added a very interesting factor to the spin-off currency,
Yeah, that it does. It's how to put. When the internet was first created, we go to the guys that was it the US Navy that invented the internet or the US Army? Well, we go to them and tell them this will result in the creation of a fictional currency which has no inherent value. They won't believe us.
No, of course. I mean, there's even multiple ways. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I was the thing is, you go back in time and tell them that they ain't gonna believe it. They're gonna be like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but to be fair though, I guess this is just our only issue we have for now, or at least inherently unique variant where because the internet is essentially a place where you can easily just get easy access to payment and money and all that currency and all that stuff.
So to be honest, I'd say it's more of an illusion than it actually being easy. It's something like the illusion, it's the illusion of freedom. Because I don't know if you were on if you were watching when I went on a rant on humans as a species, we're not cut out for true freedom.
Oh, I mean, I won't say for much. I won't say for much. Usually, I'm not into that kind of stuff. It's like humans are not meant for
the deep
freedom,
philosophy. Okay, that's
yeah.
Because if
I kind of yeah.
Because if I go into this, I go into a whole. It's like a rabbit hole of its own.
Of course.
But my observation is humans as a species, we're not cut out for true freedom, because true freedom is freedom to do whatever you want without any consequence, any social structures whatsoever. Which goes
No, I
ag-
get you.
which goes against our how we are raised as a species. As in, we're educated in the way that we have to. We're social animals.
Hmm.
So so true freedom does not really go well with the social animal.
Yes.
It contradicts the existence of the social animal, because we as a species, we don't have freedom because we operate on the belief that we have to help others, which is good. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that that's not true freedom, but that's how we work.
I guess. I think.
Like,
I
as in, we have commitments, which isn't a bad thing.
It's like. I mean, I guess I can kind of see that. Like, for me, all I can say to that is that you just do you. Like I can't really think about it because like philosophy isn't my forte, you know.
Oh god. Well, like my take is crypto in a way is basically an attempt at trying to create freedom without facing the consequences of what freedom is.
For me, I just find crypto is just a waste of time.
Yeah, that is somewhat of, yeah. It is a waste of time.
Yeah, it's like because I don't think maybe it's a new form of currency, maybe it's a new way of like skimming the money or opening up a new market. To me, it's just that you can do it if it works, sure, but most of the time I can't say much on that. We're currently at the age where like NFTs are like, well, very like rampant, you know.
I'd say it's a bubble
And
that's
it's
gonna
like-
burst soon.
Yeah,
Like every analyst that I know or talk to or read reports about, all that takes is sure we're gonna invest in crypto because our clients told us to, but we think it's shit.
no, I guess.
Because rule number 1 is you do not go against your client.
Huh.
If your client wants to shoot themselves in the foot, you advise them against it, but
Yeah.
if they still
Exactly.
want to do it, go for it.
No, I guess.
So that's the
It's
thing.
like,
But the thing is, it's like, another thing I would say with crypto is most of the people who tend to go deep into crypto happen to be second generation of wealth.
yeah. Because like what crypto is one of those things that you kind of you have to be first gen or nothing. Like very rarely does being a second gen will help you here.
I mean, when I say second gen, I mean the wealth that they have accumulated isn't something they earned, more it's something they inherited.
Well, I would say like more or less they get really lucky or inheritance. I do agree on that. It's just one of those things where it's frankly ludicrous, you know?
Because if you look at Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, with the exception of Elon Musk, who's just a troll, every billionaire seems to think crypto is shit.
It's like I mean I personally think so. I mean I know like because like people who do think it's good, it's more or less people trying to game the system by getting more people to invest in crypto,
Oh yes,
which in turn makes them rich.
that's a pump and dump. That's a different thing. I'm talking about the guys who actually believe in it.
It's yeah, I think that's yeah, I can say that much, yeah.
Because to be honest, I don't think anyone with wealth actually believes in crypto. Like, sure, Zuckerberg might claim that he believes in it, but the way he seems to be doing it is to increase the sales for what's the product they work on called again, the metaverse.
Yeah, I mean to be fair though, like I don't hate the man, but the man kind of acts like an alien most of the time.
He's just awkward.
Yeah, that is a definite given.
Yeah, and his diplomacy skills are terrible. Like, I don't think I've told this story on stream, but apparently he's married to a Chinese American lady. Perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. He wants his business to operate in China, which Facebook's blocked in China. So there are different ways of appeasing the Chinese, and his strategy was the worst strategy. He asked Xi Jinping, the president of China, to name his daughter.
Yeah, sure. Fucking can't wait for me to. Like, I'm gonna assume it's something really like normal, despite the fact I could probably imagine 500 different ways it could probably just be weird.
It's not normal.
Yeah, shocking. It's like
He did one thing successful. He succeeded in one thing. He freaked out the president of China.
He what now? The president of China?
He creeped out the president of China because you see, you just get a call from from a top businessman,
Oh, I guess.
and you're like, okay, what's he going to talk about? And this guy's like, I want you to name my daughter.
You know what? Sure. Like,
You know-
I mean, like, I guess when you're rich enough, you can do whatever you want. I guess.
No, this is pandering to the highest level. You're sucking up to you're sucking up to Xi Jinping to the point
It's
where
like,
to the point where he feels uncomfortable.
I think everyone's uncomfortable. It's like we already like. Hold on. Do you have like how big is your influence over Chinese? Because like whenever I say I'm worried that later, it's just gonna be like,
See, the
yes.
thing is, I'm most probably blocked in China, so it's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna say fucking we need a flu over there. Basically, is I don't know, like big market, but even then, no one really wants this part of the market. You know what I'm saying?
See, it depends on how it would. They play the numbers game well. Like, to be honest, I'd say that pandering to the Chinese is a bad strategy because, okay, I'm not going to say the Chinese, I'll say the Chinese Communist Party is a bad idea because it gives them the illusion that they can just keep asking for more.
Even then, like even then, it's like it's to me, at least to me, I just don't like them. It's
See,
like, the people are fine.
no, see, the
people are fine, but-
people are different from the party. That's one
Oh,
thing.
yeah, of course.
See, the chat. That's one thing I like to distinguish. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They're ordinary people like us. Some are good, some are bad, and most of them are decent human beings. It's nothing to do with
Yeah.
them. It's more or less to do with the unelected leadership.
Hmm.
Because in this case, you can't say that the people elected this government, so whatever. No, it's like more of they didn't even elect the government. The government is one party state. They have no choice.
Oh, you're right. No, actually, wait, no, you're wrong on that. They did elect themselves.
Yeah.
The
that-
government
that-
elected themselves. It was a 1% election. It's a single box of like his name is like, all right, this party, all right, good diplomacy.
No, it's more like how I put like the president stays the same. It's just the guys who represent the party could be changed. I feel like person A from the CCP, person B from the CCP, and person C from the CCP. It's basically the same
Yeah,
thing.
more or less. Oh man, it's a hard one. Maybe that CCP guy will win.
Maybe CCP A is better than CCP B.
Oh man, A is pretty solid, but man, B has the exact same thing.
B looks more handsome. He looks hot. Let's choose B. It's like
Oh wait, no, don't you remember we cannot have our leader more handsome than the almighty fucking Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh.
Oh sorry, we cannot. Oh he fell down a flight. He fell down a flight of stairs and has 16 gun wounds. Oh no. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm already blocked on. See the stuff I pulled on this channel. I won't be surprised if I'm banned from China.
Like for real talk though, like the bloody government is like fucking shit.
Nah,
Like,
it's,
have you seen the shit? Have you seen the shit that they're trying to pull off now in the COVID time period? Where
which
it's
one?
like, oh, everything.
They've done a
The
lot.
fact that the fact that they're barring them is like, here's about half an egg for 6 months. Good luck.
See, think about the Chinese. It's like, how do I put this in nice words? Like but one thing I admire about the CCP, only one thing, is that they're excellent strategists.
It's like, that's in house so. If you're gonna say that, basically, it's like, yes, like they can't have an opposition if all of their opposition are dead.
I mean, the way they handle international diplomacy is impressive, to say the least.
Yes, I can definitely agree. It's interesting. I wouldn't say hyper effective.
Now, I see how I put it. It's like, if you look at the Soviet Union, back in the day, they were the big baddies. They kind of sucked, okay? Like, no, they had no friends, apart from the guys they forced into being their friends. Like, they had no leverage. They had no leverage against the West. But if you look at, let's say, China, the Chinese, China and the West, they're basically in a stalemate of. It's like a permanent Mexican standoff. I think that's the only way to describe it.
Oh god, I just like that idea. I mean, fair. It's like I hate. If I'm gonna say this, well, I am gonna say that I think we have like quite a few countries and people have over relied on China for their cheap resources.
Yeah,
And now,
China did what I like to call the drug dealer's method.
yeah.
You sell them your stuff, good quality stuff, cheap, get them hooked on, then start charging more.
Yeah, more or less.
And
It's
And sure, the West has tried to diversify with Vietnam and the likes, but the problem is Vietnam doesn't have the labor capacity of China.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. So I can't say much about that, but all I can say is that yeah, we kind of dropped the ball by letting like one particular place becomes a superpower beyond comprehension.
No, but that's one way of looking at it. But if you look at it, there's another way of looking at it as well. Like, so the interesting thing, my boss used to work in China, work in Macau, China. Like, it's something like Hong Kong, but it's the Las Vegas of China. So he has some.
Okay,
Yeah.
go on.
So he has some insight when it comes to China. Like
Okay.
what he said is like sure your points are accurate, like the one about China having the best by the balls, but you like what his take is what the rest of the world tends to forget is USA has China on the bottom. It's a permanent Mexican standoff. One needs the other. One cannot eliminate the other permanently.
It is one of those things that like you can't get rid of because we're now too knee deep in the shit now for us
Yeah,
to even like
say,
have a
but,
good
but, like
option.
both sides are somewhere in that thing. And my country ain't that better because I'll say they're worse because like if you look at the states and let's say Europe and China, they're not there are no open hostilities against each other.
Hmm.
There's no border dispute. There's no once a month you guys start shooting at each other.
It's like
Okay, so we have border disputes and every now and then it heats up.
yeah, I mean that sounds like that kind of sounds normal with a lot of situations.
Yeah, so the thing about that is like it's despite it being normal or not, the weird part is the Chinese are our biggest trading partners. We rely on China for everything. Now all these border disputes are basically just a show of force. The
It's
Chinese,
like yeah,
the Chinese don't really need us.
yeah. I mean like they do just so they can flex, I guess.
Nah, I mean, like, but China needs the US more than it needs us. Because
That's true.
despite everything, we're still gonna buy Chinese stuff. Addicted to it. It's
Yeah.
like the maximum we've done is ban TikTok, which didn't really hurt the Chinese that much.
I
It was-
mean, yeah.
It was a publicity stunt for us over here. Like, yes, we're buying Chinese stuff. We'll make our own social network and some bullshit like that. Even though that didn't pan out the way they wanted. My point is, we like Huawei and what's a BBK Electronics, that's the parent company for Vivo. What's Oppo and I think Redmi is part of Xiaomi. I think Vivo, Oppo, and there's one more. Forgot the name. Those three are owned by a company called BBK Electronics, which was started by Chinese Air Force veterans. And it has close ties to Chinese military intelligence. And we all know about Xiaomi. The thing about both these companies are they've established a foothold in India to the point where they're a monopoly.
Yeah.
Without that cheap stuff, India as a society, like the modern IT India as a society, will collapse on itself.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that, Sally. It's like we're at the point where we only have one cheap alternative. The rest is like here, have some blank because you know.
It's like I'd say the Chinese thing affects my country more than the rest of the world, and these guys don't do jack shit. The only thing they do is complain about how the USA isn't doing much. I'm like, guys, like, so what happens is that like they complain when USA went into Afghanistan. They complain when USA pulls out of Afghanistan. Like, who's giving rights to the guys in Afghanistan? I wonder. My country, of course. We have a good relationship with who we used to consider the bad guys back in the day.
Hey, could always be worse, I guess.
Now, the thing about Indian diplomacy is it's like, I think I was saying this pretty early in the stream as well. It's like Indian politicians are playing hungry hippos while the rest of the world thinks we're playing 5D chess.
It's like the idea, but
It's
yeah, like everyone. It's just more or less the illusion that you guys know what you're doing, I guess.
it's more of how I put. We're so bad that the rest of the world cannot comprehend that they can't be that bad. So they come up with justifications for India being that bad when it comes to foreign diplomacy.
That's fair. Like all I can think of, right, is all I can think of is fucking what was it called? Like, but we make jokes about like, have you heard of Civ? The whole meme of nuclear Gandhi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that. Except it's like it's slowly becoming reality, and Gandhi's not here.
Nah, see, thing about Gandhi is I'm not gonna talk about much of the shit, but let's just say if he existed in 2022, it'll be cancelled.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
It'll be cancelled for getting too touchy with the kids.
But all I can say is like,
Yeah, but then again, he's a
Yeah.
man of his time, so judging
Yeah.
it with today's modern morals is not the best thing to do, because
oh
if,
yeah,
you, if you look at any historic figure or character, they're all assholes compared to compared to the modern day.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, we I guess because like we are a product of what we imagine our greatest heroes to be.
Yeah.
They are just regular human being.
I'd say they're human beings of their time.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah,
Because when the
'cause-
standards were kind of not there.
yeah, see, back in the day, how but women's rights weren't the thing.
Oh yeah, that's a given.
And if you go even further, owning other people was considered normal.
Yeah, for better or for worse.
Even though it's horrendous right now, like when you think about it, like how could you own a human being? And I'm not justifying, I'm just saying that George Washington owning slaves made sense.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, like, okay, that one I'm not sure on that situation because I don't know about George Washington's slave issue thing.
Nah, I see, he was a plantation owner, he owned slaves, that's it. There's nothing more to it. There's nothing more to it.
Okay,
See, if we're talking about Jefferson, then that shit's weird. That shit's wild.
Okay.
See, Jefferson is how I put the biggest horn dog in history, or the second biggest.
Hmm.
So Jefferson used to have a thing for his slaves,
Hmm.
which is pretty disturbing when you think about it. Now, my take is, however, taking down statues of ancient figures is a double-edged sword. Like, see, taking down statues of Confederates is different from taking down statues of George Washington.
Yeah.
Yes, Confederates lost a war. Like, they were the established bad guys when they existed. You get what I mean, right?
I think so.
Well, how the taking down statues, let's say Jefferson or Washington, is a bad idea because you tend to forget who they were. Like, I'd say it's better you acknowledge that they did terrible stuff than erasing them completely. Because the moment you start erasing your past, you're gonna repeat it again.
I guess. Yeah. Though. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Though
but-
that being said, I would say that it is still good that some of them do remove some statues.
Yeah, cause see,
Oh,
some
right.
statues understandable. Like stuff about the
Yeah.
KKK, definitely. Stuff about the Confederates, definitely. But one trying to say
Yeah.
that if you start removing statues about, let's say, George Washington, the first president of the United States, that's like how. But see, Gandhi wasn't the best. Okay, but I would disagree if my government, they'll never do that. But if my government starts removing statues of Gandhi,
I mean, like he wasn't the perfect saint.
no, he
But
was he's a monster. He was a monster. All right, he was a monster.
Well,
I'm not comfortable. Like he's like how, but he makes Jefferson seem like a Catholic monk.
well, I don't know much history about that. All I know is that people seem to like him. At the same time, it's like I can't say much. Like people of the past are people of the past. It's our time to more or less just do what we need to,
Yeah,
what needs
true.
to be done. You know.
See
Like we're
that.
currently,
Yeah, I agree. Like don't dig too deep into the past, but acknowledge that they were pretty horrible people back then. It was a horrible time.
yeah, of course. Like we were at the time where it's like the fucking moral standards was like the moral standards was more or less a moral suggestion.
Yeah. It's like how, but like the moment you start judging the past based on present morals, that's the more like see the issue with that is like one thing I noticed is people tend to glorify the past, like certain past.
It's like the past is not as good as you think, Chief.
No, the past was shit. I'll be honest, the past was shit. The issue with glorifying the past or certain parts of the past is you tend to make certain horrible people, like truly horrible people, more palatable for the rest of the world, like to push a specific agenda. Like I know I'm gonna start sounding like ultra right wing here, which I'm not, but I happened to come across an article from was it Bloomberg opinion or something, or was it the Washington Post? I'm not sure. It was talking about how the entire homophobia concept was a Western ideal, which I disagree with. Like, sure, it was present among early Christian among the Christian belief system, but I won't say it's exclusive towards a Judeo-Christian mindset. Because the example they used for homosexuality being like the gay men being accepted in other cultures was the concept of a chai boy.
Yeah. So I don't think like what was it called? Not homosexual. Wait, homosexuality or homophobia? Like
Homophobia is fear of people.
Yeah, is it like what? Is it a concept of Western? Which one was it? That was.
So this article argued that it's a Judeo-Christian concept, and before that, people were perfectly cool with gay people.
Actually, I thought like no one really believed that. Like it was just weird for some people, and then you just got unhappy, and they go ha ha ha. And
You're talking about back when we were monkeys. Monkeys don't really have the moral capacity to discriminate that much.
yeah.
I mean, they don't have
the.
the mental capacity to discriminate that much. Now the thing is they took an example which, as a person who lives in the Middle East, is one of the most parts of history that most people from the Middle East want to forget.
Yeah.
So back in the day, even now in certain parts of Afghanistan, they have a thing called chai boys.
Alright.
So a chai boy is a boy that serves chai tea, as the name suggests, and relieves his master when his quote unquote master feels like.
Oh yeah, no, I get where this is going.
Yeah, I'm like, that does not represent the LGBTQ community. LGBTQ community represents individuals who aren't straight, but it's between consenting adults.
No, I can understand that.
See, I see, of all the people who are part of the LGBTQ community, all of them, I can guarantee that all of them will condemn the concept of a chai boy.
Alright.
And for you to not even understand what a chai boy is, and to say that, yeah, that's perfectly acceptable, and that's what the LGBTQ will be like, insulting towards every community you're talking about.
For me, I just come to the point where it's like, you just do you, man. If everyone's okay with that, you do you.
Okay,
like-
so to make it worse, chai boys happen to be prepubescent.
Oh, good, well, glorious.
It's worse, it gets worse. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Do you even know what a chai boy is? They bring up some historic figure, and they're like, yes, he had chai boys, he had male lovers, so he's fine. I'm like, no, those are chai boys, those kids didn't want to be there.
Yeah. I mean, like, once again, I can't say anything. It's like the history is shit. Like, we don't want to make that same mistake, and we want to be the better version.
That's the truth. That's the thing. The moment you start justifying, let's say, chai boys, it's like it's double-edged sword. It's gonna be, it falls right into the map mindset.
I mean, like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I just still think it's stupid.
Yeah, it is stupid. I agree, it's stupid. It's like perfectly stupid to even think that that
like,
chai boys are a good idea. It's a terrible idea. It's proof that it's proof that evil exists.
It's like all I can say to that is like I'm still gonna say you do you, but there will be a line drawn in the sand if like
you can't cross that. And chai boys are on the other side of that line.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
You're not gonna touch kids. Simple as that.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah. No.
Yeah, that's like we can agree upon that. But point is like you have some people who glorify the past like this when it comes to chai boys. I'm just bringing the example of chai boys because that's the worst one I could find. I found other ones, but this is my personal favorite worst one. Personal favorite as in good lord, who greenlit this article?
Oh god, hold on, I gotta look at that. But it's like but yeah, it's all I can say is like we need to stop glorifying the past.
Yeah.
Yes, it's our past. Yes, the glory days of the of the industrial age where we could be were men and we died at the ripe old age of 25. It's you see what I mean, right? It's like that I feel as if heck even here in like this is 10 Earths away. It's kind of bullshit that more or less some people live in the past so hardcore that they want to go back and not knowing the issues that was like I want to be a knight in Shinigama. Yeah, sure, fucking.
Yeah, sure. Go run Marines. Go run pillaging villages.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, sure, you get to be a knight only if you were one, a noble. In other words, you gotta be born rich. And like two, like you were not a peasant or had any bad blood. And three, fucking your luck.
Nah, the
And
thing
four,
about
remember.
the thing that kind of made it even weirder is the person who wrote the article was not from the Middle East. She was white. I'm
I
like,
mean, like, yeah.
I'm like, it's like how it's quite common among certain cultures right now to be like our culture bad, other cultures good.
Yeah. Some people.
See, it's how to put accepting that your culture's done a lot of shit is normal. Is yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, because we like to believe that our culture is worse than others, but I think I like to believe that most of them are on the same line of shittiness when it comes to our past,
Excuse me.
just at different points.
Nah, the truth is every culture was shit. Okay. Like,
Yeah, at least it has a dark underbelly. Don't
no,
get me
it's
wrong.
like to be honest. Like, see, for example, people always talk about the slave trade, which is a really terrible part of human history. Humans owning other humans.
Yeah.
But the thing is, people tend to be like people look at it from a Western lens, as in they see it from white people going in, stealing slaves, and dragging them away from their homes and sending them off to other parts of the world, which happened, which is a terrible part of our history, and we have to acknowledge that. But
Yeah, of course.
but people tend to forget that brown people and black people used to do that to each other.
It's like no one's innocent from like.
Yeah, no one's innocent.
Pure.
Like, for example, like who sold these innocent Africans to the white slave traders? People tend to forget that it was other Africans.
So there is like at least like the history of people is not clean as everyone hopes to be. The most we can do is try to like improve on ourselves. So that our past will become
Look
our
towards the
future.
future, not the past.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's still happening now. We still have people trying to carouse people to doing other things. But at least it's better than owning another human being against their will, you know?
Yeah, see, the sad thing is that thing is still present, but it's not socially acceptable.
Yeah. It's like we're just slowly making our way through. And with any hope, with each generation passing, it will become better and better.
No,
you
see,
know?
overall, like, despite everything, I'd say that each generation is much more better than the previous generations.
So we're making steps forward. At least I think it's safe for me to say we as a bunch of people have been I'm trying to think of a proper way to say that.
We have evolved a lot from our monkey stage.
Yeah. It's better. We're currently in the stage of our life where basically it's like we're turning things around. We're not, and I'm still gonna say this, we're not putting lead in our petrol as often anymore. There still is, don't get me wrong, but we're going down the list slowly, you know. One by one, we will fix our past. That is what we do best.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if,
Yeah, for example, we stopped putting cocaine on in Coke, so that's a good step in the right direction.
okay, to be fair though, I think they kind of had to stop that once their kids started like sitting in the corner, like asking for more Coke and then shaking and like they're going to the store and it's like, hey, you
They
come on.
start sniffing. They start sniffing. They start sniffing. They start using the washroom a bit more than required.
Their skin has become pale, bags underneath their eyes.
They start scratching.
Yeah, it's like
But the funny thing is, back in those days, meth was a common recreational drug.
yeah, it's like things has gone downhill. Heck, like even like most of the things you guys have there is kind of just socially like not acceptable here as well. Just for the fact that we're currently at the stage of life where we kind of realize that this is our mistakes. This is what we do. We've opened Pandora's box and we can't close it, but we can try to mitigate the effects until it's not open, until it's gone. You know.
Yeah, it's the.
So we will not see in our lifetime. That is a given to anyone watching this in the future. We are not gonna ever see it in our lifetime. I mean, maybe, but
The thing is,
unlikely.
however, compared to the past, the future hopefully is a better place. But
Yeah.
there's always room for improvement.
Of course.
See, my take on human development is there's never a time where life becomes perfect. Okay, you'll never reach perfection, but desiring perfection, like desiring a perfect world where everyone's happy, is nothing wrong.
It's like we will never hit perfection. I mean, we can try, but because
Yeah,
of the
but-
nature of human beings, it's not happening.
No, the key
But-
is you should try, not You should try, but
Oh yeah, of course.
you won't reach it. You know you won't reach it, but you can at least get one step further for the next generation.
Yeah, of course. We get one step for who knows? Like while we say it's not possible now, maybe like what multiple centuries in the future, like when all the old guard dies and like we start pulling our weight together, the whole world will change for the better. It just
Yeah,
takes like
you know
individual
actually Plato proposed something similar to that.
Go on.
Okay, so Plato's I like to call it Plato's proposal, but I don't remember the actual name. It came in Plato's. I have the book right here. Just a minute. It's called The Republic by Plato. So a solution towards, let's say, institutionalized corruption was how I put this. It might work. It's like Lord of the. He basically came up with a solution that is Lord of the Flies, but slightly more appealing.
I guess.
So his solution is you kill off everyone above the age of I think 6, except a few selected ones that will raise the next generation,
Okay.
and you can start from ground zero all over again.
I'm gonna say that I think let that happen naturally because, like, as we slowly go on, you're gonna have the good people tell their next of kin to do what's next. Then it's gonna go up. Keeping
Shroud, he doesn't mean tell the next again. He means brutally murder the previous generation, kill them all
I
off.
get it. I don't agree with that because that more or less would mean that the next generation will have someone that will do that.
No,
One person can and most of
the problem with this solution is it operates on the assumption that the teachers that are left behind, the philosophers, they will have the best intentions, which isn't always true.
Yeah, because I have the best intentions. We need everyone here. Everyone
Yeah.
has a part to play in this. The future will not be bright if it's just essentially from one source of people. But as much as I hate to say it, the shitty people here does help shape things a little better. You know,
Yeah, it does.
it's unfortunately what we have to do, and like I'm not gonna say murder everyone, but some people do need to be put down for the fact that dickheads. To be real.
Yeah, see, some people who are like, when my take on, let's say, capital punishment, which has changed quite a bit, is that as long as they're not a threat to human society as a whole, let them be. Don't kill them. Lock them up. Let them be if
Yeah,
they.
like lock them up, have them like work out everything or whatever. You know?
Yeah, help them out.
I know people
Yeah.
say, oh yes, you shouldn't forgive them because they've done a heinous crime. Actually, I would say if you can, changing this thing so that it will never happen again would give the reason for people to do that. Though, granted, that would result in more issues where people saying, but what if a blank happens? We'll get it when we get there. Let's be real.
The thing about blank happening, most of it, like I'd say most people that commit crimes do it due to one simple thing: economic issues.
Yeah, not like I mean, of course, like morally bad things we don't need to talk specifically.
Yeah, see
Like that
those.
what we have to handle. But it's like not everyone in the world robs because like hee hee ha ha funny funny I am payday too.
Okay,
Hee ha ha payday too. I need a medic back.
no, that's
but-
that's basically kids these days. Okay.
Yeah, and
No, but most people, most successful bank robbers, they do it because of poverty. They need the
yeah,
money.
no one wants to do this. No one wants to do this if they can. We're currently in a timeline where I would say helping each other is now more important than ever. You know.
Yeah, see, I'd say that's the case for every situation, in every timeline, not just this one. Like if you can successfully implement good economic reform.
It's like helping each other. I know people say like, oh yes, it's socialism if you give people money and all that stuff. and
See,
I
the thing about giving people money is I have my own takes on that because I live in a country where people just give free money.
Oh, yeah,
Give
of
them enough to get on their 2 feet, but don't give them enough to want to stay poor.
yeah. It's
Because
like,
because the scary thing is, at least in my state, is it pays to be poor than middle class.
Yeah. It's
I
like we're currently at the weird point where more or less we can just believe what we want to believe
Yeah.
and do what we want to do. And money will keep flowing for us, but there's different approaches to that, and frankly it's not gonna get any easier, let's be real.
Yeah, true. For example, my government's increasing taxes for some reason.
I mean, if you guys are implementing a new thing, I wish you best of luck, I guess.
No, it's like a bunch of children playing Hungry Hippos, claiming to be playing 5D chess.
Yeah, more or less.
I'm
It's
like,
like they kind of just like the whole world's starving while the top few are like hit honchos, you know.
no, it's like we have a bunch of idiots on charge. It's as simple as that. Like the tax rate is like, so what happens is we have something called goods and service tax. And it comes in, I think, 4 brackets. One is 5%, the other one's 10, the third one is 18, the fourth one is 28. They want to increase quite a lot of items from the 18% bracket to the 28% bracket. And this is for no fucking. They claim that they have no money. I'm like, what happened to all the money you guys bragged about? All the money you guys you claimed to have made. What, you ate the money?
No, by the way, I actually hate that. Like, it's like, oh, suddenly I have no more money. Like, please, would you spare a penny for an old man such as I?
I'm like,
He wiped his tear with his $1 million check.
yeah. I'm like, you guys run the government. What do you mean you're poor? You guys are the government. Where does all the money go?
Listen, I would agree if they're running the whole country with their own money. I highly doubt.
No, the thing is, like, so what? The system is designed in such a way that you have so many agencies that you don't know where the money went.
Yeah. So it's just, I just find it absolutely bloody stupid, you know?
Like, the funny thing is, for example, like, we have like up to 3 agencies that come after you if you don't pay your taxes. Did the FBI open up if you don't pay your taxes?
All I can think of is like, this is just some weird mafia shit, man.
No, like, I'm just reaching the point when they start sending the men against each other for not paying taxes.
Yeah, more or less.
Like, the income tax department sends the guys against the goods and service tax department, who sends the guys against SEBI. That's our version of the what do we call that? A federal shit. Like, these guys look into what called stock fraud. That those guys send it against the central bank and so on. I'm just waiting for that point.
Yeah, I mean, like, would that really shock anyone at this point with how like things are being run?
Not really. At least over
Fair
here.
enough.
Apart from that, they increased fuel prices despite us being chummy with Russia.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm still not gonna say support Russia. I don't think anyone can say that.
See, the thing is, to be honest, I'd say that my government sucking up to Russia is the worst thing they've done.
Surprise.
Because the thing is, they keep claiming that, like, till this point, they're like, India's gonna be the next superpower. Now they're like, Russia, I need Russia to help me against China. And Russia clearly said one thing: they're not gonna help us against China.
So,
And you have Indian bureaucrats, not the elected prime minister, but you have guys around him who simp for Russia, who literally simp for Russia. They'll be like, "Oh, Putin, let me suck your dick." That's them right now. It's not the prime minister. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'd say the prime minister's at fault here for not, getting rid of these guys.
yeah.
Like, you have a foreign minister who's bitching about, like, so what happened was, the entire statement about Russia bringing down the world order in Europe. So this guy, in all his wisdom, in all his stupidity, if you ask me, says that where was USA when the world order fell in Asia? I'm like, what world order are you talking about? Then he brings up Afghanistan. I'm like, dude, the Americans were in Afghanistan for 20-something years. What the fuck are you blabbering about?
I was gonna say, like, also, like, what? It's like, wait, hold on, wait, when? How did we get this sidetracked? Like, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, like, the thing about Indian foreign policy, they just love to bitch.
Yeah. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I think I got a pretty good line for this.
Yeah.
It's like, no, hold on, I kind of forgot. It was like a pretty solid line about like these kinds of people, and god damn it, I forgot. Why is it so my brain is like on half power?
Nah, it's
Regardless, it's like, I don't know. It's like it's weird. Like, you're gonna have some people, like, I'll be honest, not a politician, like political person myself, but even then, it's like, I don't know. At this point, it kind of just seems a bit spineless. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, the problem about India is that, like, back in the Cold War, they chose the wrong side. They're making the same mistake again by choosing the wrong side.
Oh wait, no, there we go. I remember the line because about the thing was like, Afghan. It's like, all I can say is, what kind of fucking oh man, give this man fucking a gold medal for fucking mental gymnastics for pulling off that shit.
No, the thing about how to put India's entire like, so back in 1971, when Russia wasn't even a thing, that was the Soviet Union. The Soviets kinda helped us out. They didn't exactly help us. They kinda helped us out. There's strings attached to it. So Indian bureaucrats, not elected officials, like the guys that they hired, like the minister of foreign affairs is like, it's like half the job of the Secretary of State. And the minister of defense, like the Secretary of Defense and so on. Those guys, like the guys who are usually hired for that position, tend to be pro-Russia because 1971 Russia helped us. I mean, Soviet Union helped us. I'm like, that's
I mean,
19.
yeah, but,
I'm like, that's 1971.
yeah. I still find it stupid. It's like, oh yeah, like Soviet Russia helped you guys. That's good. So what's Russia doing now?
No, that's
for you
it.
guys?
What Russia's done now is basically backstab us 5 times already, and these guys are like, no,
Yeah.
Russia helped us. So back,
exactly. So
so
it's
so
like-
what happened was they sold the oversold us an aircraft carrier, but and the guys sent there to investigate it. They had him hooked up with a Russian chick, and they leaked the images. So they basically bought him. Now, and another thing is Russia, according to Russian an agreement between us and the Russians, they're not supposed to sell weapons to Pakistanis.
how's that going?
No, they start selling weapons to Pakistanis, and Indian leaders were like, "Poor Russia, they need the money." I'm like, "Shut the fuck up! Are you gonna suck? Are you gonna bend over backwards for Putin now? Him and his stool."
It's like so like what? It's like it's like someone like used to. Like, I could just imagine like fucking Lenin rolling in his grave.
Lenin is ashamed about what's happening now because see how much of a monster Lenin was. Not as much as Stalin and Putin, but
Yeah. I mean, he was lesser of two evils.
no, not just that. He's not stupid.
Yeah.
As in he's fully aware that sending troops into a country without informing your troops that they're in a foreign country is a bad idea.
Yeah. It's like it's one of those. It's like there's standards. There's standards to being a bad guy, and then there's not having any standards at all.
Nah, see, thing about Putin's entire strategy is he'll just walk his troops in and the Ukrainians will surrender.
Yeah, he just like no, he walked his troops in and he cries, saying that how dare they kill our troops for how dare they kill our invading forces?
No, they call it a special military operation. I'm like, what does that mean? It's the thing that I find most amusing is Ukrainian helicopters, not stealth, like Soviet era hardware, just flies into Russia, blows stuff up, and goes back.
Yeah, it's like listen. Currently, here's what I'm getting from the Russian doctrine from like their leaders: basically send in people to die and then cry about it.
No, just bitch about it to the UN.
Yeah,
You're
and
like,
it's
Ukraine.
oh, and then just like fucking attack the attack innocent civilians and say that they committed suicide via knife slip.
I'll just be right back. Give me a minute. I have to
Sure.
go, I ordered a drink. It should be here
Oh
in a
no,
minute.
I also gotta go actually in a bit.
cool.
But hey, I'll try to
Okay.
join back if you
Oh,
later,
sure.
alright?
Okay, chat. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
Uh, okay, chat. I'm back, and I'll be having dinner while streaming, I guess. Just give me a minute. I love this, and let me just get my VRAM model back online. And for those who are wondering why I'm sniffing, I think I might have a cold. Or it's a result of finally getting some sleep after 2 weeks of work. I guess, I don't know. Okay, I think I'm back. So, okay. Test, yeah. Audio is fine. My mouth motion capture is fine, I guess. So, yeah. I'll be having dinner while streaming because I don't want to. I'm planning on doing at least like 7. I don't know. Thinking about continuing the stream as long as I can. It's, I guess, till I reach the level of madness I want to reach. I guess, I don't know. So I have my non-alcoholic beer, I have my pizza, I have a slice of cake, and I have my rice. I know someone gonna ask, okay, is it healthy for you to be eating that much? And for that I say, no, but you know what? There's nothing wrong in spoiling yourself once in a while. Just saying. No, it's perfectly acceptable for you to spoil yourself every now and then. Just give me a minute. Where is the fucking bottle opener? No, chat, I'll be right back. I'm sorry about this. I should bear which screen am I? Yeah. Okay, so I'm back. I found my beer. Okay, so before you all start asking me, this is not a drunk stream. I'm just having non-alcoholic beer. Like, I know that it's commonly accepted that beer without alcohol is kind of shit, but this one actually tastes good. It's Budweiser Green Apple. And surprisingly nice. 0.0% alcohol. It still retains the kind of beer taste that you'd expect from an alcoholic one, but feels much lighter. So yeah, that's not a drunk stream. So yeah, since we're eating, talking would be kind of tough. So let me see what I can do. Give me a minute. So while we're up with that, I'd say how many hours have I done? It's 5 hours and I'd say 18 minutes already. I'd say that's long, but not long enough. I want to see how far I can push myself. You know, maybe it's not healthy, but still, it's an interesting challenge. So I have to figure out how to use both my hands while. Oh shit! Yeah, I kind of forgot it's night already. So that means the internet's going to be slow. Am I buffering on screen? Holy shit, am I buffering on screen now? Am I freezing? Oh, God. You know what I'll do? Okay, I'm just gonna keep shaking till the screen gets alright, I guess. Am I fine? Now what? I'll just stick to Discord Reactor for the time being. Oh, fuck this shit. Could a human get a decent internet connection in this country? Nope. Oh, where was it? Browser 3, right? And Discord Reactor. Yeah, it should work. I'm on a call. Why isn't it working? So I might. Okay, I'm not browser 4. Shit, yeah, okay, I'm back online, so that's something. Just move myself to the middle. Oh, I think I'll just watch a copyright-friendly film, I guess. I don't know what else to call it. While I have my food and I comment on it, I guess. Okay, so what do I watch? Okay, what do I watch? Let me go through my stuff. Not the horror playlist, reaction the series. Ah, yes, and of course I get ads. Nah, just give me a minute. I'll share my screen once the ads start. The ads stop rolling. And as all of you would have guessed by now, yes, it's an SCP film. Why do I enjoy it? It's it's a pretty cool universe. I can't even call it cinematic universe, if I'm gonna be honest. So let me just add it, add a window capture, and I think we should be done. That's it. Sorry. Here it is. Move it down a bit, and that should do it. Yeah. So I just I know these guys don't copyright strike, and I appreciate them for that. I just hope that YouTube's automatic system doesn't copyright strike this for them, if you know what I mean, right? So here we go. This is done by the same guys that made SCP Overlord. So it's from I've seen it before, and it's pretty good. And I'm gonna see it again because why not?
If anything pops off, we're gonna have a hard time telling people it was a gas leak. Depends on what happens. Powers, what's the pool at now?
Save it, Coleman. You had your chance.
I wasn't talking to you, O'Neill.
No, the thing I find amusing about these guys is, okay, so the thing is, most military units, especially the veteran ones, the equipment ain't this clean. There's always quite a lot of wear and tear with the equipment. It's not as shiny as you see here.
Powers, when's the betting close?
When we get out of the car. You gonna call it?
Depends on the pool.
Fletcher?
250. Given the intel, Cognito has her. That's my final answer.
Done.
Hell yeah! Always wanted to take your fucking money. Ready up!
Let's get it, boys.
And to be honest, they're kind of skinny from paramilitary guys, but can't really call that a complaint here because that's an indie film. You can't expect them to get jacked for like immediately. It takes years to build that up.
Payload 01 to TOC. We've passed Vector, moving to the target building. Over.
Okay, the thing about the nodes is it's clearly switched off. A bit of green would have made it more appealing, but whatever, that's fine. Nah, that's one thing they got right. If you don't keep your nods on when you switch on the light.
TOC, this is Payload 01. Building secure. Moving to SSE. Over. 02 and 3, on me. We'll handle the first floor.
Time to go look for nothing.
Come on, Coleman. Foundation's gotta know what kind of porn Middle America's got stashed in their closet.
Wait a minute. Okay, as an electronics engineer, I have to see this. I didn't notice this the last time. So there's a ohmmeter, there's a what called? There's submeshing device. There's diode 1, diode 2. That's it. That's it. So it's Okay, like to be honest, there are no real life symbols like this. But it's a type of diode. That much is clear. So, okay, negative to positive. Okay, that much is correct. So a diode is an electronic component which allows electricity to only flow in one direction. You switch the switch the positive and negative and collect it again. It won't let any electricity to flow through it.
Computer's a mess. Nothing's working right. I think it's got the clap.
Any intel?
The densest part of this hard drive is the directory for a program called Java. It's software that's been running since before we got here. Looks just as fucked as the rest of this machine. Keeps crashing, hitching, and rebooting.
What's the program do?
I don't know, it just spits out code. All gibberish.
You guys personally know any shrinks?
Are you asking because it's related to the mission, or are you just curious?
The female occupant. Any idea why this is here? If she's living with this shrink, possibly in a relationship, why is he bringing his work home with him?
I don't know, I'm not a shrink.
Didn't your friends in Langley do her background?
You know, the thing is, it's considered highly unethical to have any sort of relationship like that with your client if you're a psychiatrist or a shrink. Or what they refer to as a shrink.
Yeah, none of this came up.
How the fuck does somebody get institutionalized and not let that go on record? You see that? She was in for a year. What do people think? She just went for a long walk? If Langley missed that, how much else don't we know?
Yeah, it's very spooky, but it's not the kind of anomaly we're after. Keep looking.
Hey, TL, can you come here for a sec?
My question is, why don't you switch on the lights?
Anybody else been in the living room since we came up here?
No.
Okay, so who moved out all the furniture? Hey, stop right there!
This is 01. We've spotted suspect 2 moving to apprehend. Over. This is 01. Lost contact with suspect 2. Searching the area. Over.
There are hidden doors, some bullshit?
I like a challenge.
West, get up here. Right now.
Couldn't have gone too far.
You find anything down there?
Nothing concrete. What happened up here?
Suspect 2 walked into this room from the other door. We went after her, but didn't find anything.
Yep, you're gonna need to see this.
Got something?
Come on, check this out, all of you. You seeing this? I finally fucking lost it.
Fuck me.
Doc, this is Payload 01. We've passed Trigger. Area appears to have non-Euclidean geometry that extends the house to an unknown degree. Moving in to reconnoiter the new area. Over.
Roger, 01. Status on suspect 2. Over.
Suspect's location is unknown at this time. Over.
Roger that. Proceed with the recon mission. If you feel as if the AO is too large for you to fully explore, get you and your men out of there. Over.
Understood. 01 out.
Any luck?
Nope. Just a lot of shit I don't understand.
Let me take a look.
Shit I don't understand.
Okay, so house basement, it's a normal file saved in this computer. Okay. And they have a copyright free Java running in the background. Ah yes, the infamous back screen of hacking. The thing I find amusing is they're doing this in this location. Normally they just pack everything up and test it on a safer location.
O'Neill, you know anything about the word Cardoon?
Affiliations are still unknown at this time, but it's likely to assume they are not the attackers from 2 days ago. If it is indeed a raid, then the methods employed don't line up when compared to the MO of the previous attackers. It is, however, possible that they may be connected through an anonymous tip between the two groups. A mutual benefit that would imply can only be speculated. Wait, something's not right.
Stay frosty.
It feels weird to watch nodes without the green or blue lighting below it. 15, 12, 15. Bobo's on the firearm. Is that the unit insignia on the firearm? Okay. Yeah, no, man, leave it as it is. I can't figure it out.
Fuck, my not's just turned off.
Wasn't always switched off.
Mine too. I can't see shit. Coleman, you see something?
Shit!
Coleman, you good?
Yeah. What the fuck was that?
Sir, we need to go right now.
Talk, this is Kilo 01. We have a threat in the building. Current weapons possibly insufficient. Permission to clear out, over.
Brand 01, get your men out of there. Over.
Roger that. 01 out.
Fuck this house.
Wes, let's go.
12, 15.
You gotta be kidding me.
23, 12, 15. 23, 12.
Talk, this is 01. 06 is down. I repeat, 06 is down. Possibly KIA, over.
What should we do?
12, 15.
Nothing we can do. We need to move.
23, 12, 15.
It's rather late to call. How are you doing?
We heard there was a gas leak. Is everything okay?
Everything is fine.
Nobody's come to the house?
No, there is nobody here. Everything is fine.
If you insist, just
So basically, the house is is anomaly. But
checking in on you.
Completely understandable.
Alright, well. Sorry to wake you. Have a good night.
You too. Goodbye.
Target is no longer present.
Tried to raise you guys earlier. What happened to West?
He's gone.
What? How?
Dude got fucking vaporized or something.
Did you see anything else while you were in there? Anything that might point to what we're dealing with?
I don't even know how to describe it.
It was almost like a broken video game. Everything was glitching out. Even
hey man, is that Warwolf Squadron's patch from Ace Combat? Looks like it is.
Thanks.
Any clues on your end?
Just speculation. I think this is just a guess. I think what you've seen here is connected to this computer. These glitches appearing may coincide with a lot of what I've seen on this machine. I think it's affecting everything in the area. Don't really know how or why, but like I said, it's my best guess right now.
So, theoretically, if you're right, then if we take that shit with us, it could possibly begin to affect things outside of the house?
That's assuming it isn't already doing that. Could have spread across this whole block for all we know.
So do we leave the laptop here?
That's a very good question.
Why don't we just hit the power switch?
No, we don't know what will happen once it's off.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of that experiment.
Here's what we can do. I can stay here while you guys return to the vehicle. I'll copy the important files over to a secure drive and then shut everything down.
You sure about that, Fletcher?
I'm actually surprised they didn't do that already.
Sure.
I'll stay too. If you go down, I can finish the job.
Try to make it quick. Let's move out.
Good luck, boys.
So much for that bet.
Come on, O'Neill. Nobody's ever won that.
Yeah. Always wanted to see a ghost, though.
Well, he's good.
Fuck, my nods are no good. You almost done?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
Just switch it off. Well, I think they ended up by just switching it off, I guess. I seriously don't know. And how many hours have I been streaming? 5 hours, 40 minutes, damn. That's long. That's extremely long. I've been on for most of the days, most of the day, I guess. Holy shit. Well, I'll see what else I can do. What else is there? Okay, I want to play something not too, no. Yeah, there's this, okay, but then again that game's a bit buggy. There's a Cthulhu game that I wanted to play, but it's a bit too buggy, so nope. Let me see if I can bring back my reader model without killing off my system. Okay, time to start. Let me see how it works out now. And I just hope that doesn't kill my system. Again. Game capture. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, now it's fine. So, yeah, I hope it doesn't kill my system again. What am I looking at? Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, I think that should do it, and I wonder what I should do now. Oh well, I think I'll just do a pick roll, I guess. As we do. Time to share, just give me a minute, I'll share my screen and you can start accordingly. Okay, so here we go. I made one for myself. Looks big, it looks small. Looks kinda double, ain't it? And that roll gets downloaded. Let me just see if I can find something that, you know. Let me just see if I can find something that's new that I haven't done, and I'll just make one of myself. This looks fun. Already did this, done this. Okay, this is still on the test stage. This is fun. I'll just do both of them and see how it plays out. Why is it taking so long to load? I wonder. Let me just reset my position. Okay, is this better now? Yeah, I think so. There we go. I'll start off with this one. Just hope that there's... Yeah, this one ain't into achieve the hair. Let me see if they have different hair combination. They have colors. But it's blue and purple. Ain't gonna work out for me. Nope. Let me try this one. Yes, I'm extremely pale, so this should do it. Eye color, is this okay? Is this good? No, white. Eye color, red. Yeah, that should do it. Isn't my hair's a bit messier, so this right now it's brown, so this is red. My hair's a bit longer than that. Yeah, that should do it. Let me see if I can get a ponytail, and there's no ponytail in this one, is there? I'll stick with my shorter length hair. My dressing style, color. Nothing seemed to suit me, so go back to the shirt. And this overcoat does look pretty cute. And again, where do they have a no, do they have glasses? Nah, not my cup of tea. Nope. Yeah, those should do nicely. Say this one suits me well. Make it more dark. And that should do it. And here we go. Here we go. A doll cooking in a box. It's pretty hard, but disturbing and cool at the same time. Would you guys agree? Am I freezing in again? I know what I think my internet's given up on me right now. And I think it'd be best if I end the stream soon. Thankfully I've achieved my goal of how many hours? 5 hours, 15 minutes. I'm grateful to you guys for that, but I'm sorry I can't do more. My internet's killing. I think my internet's killing me. So I'd say that's that.